So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Reclaiming Canada Conference put together by We Unify Canada. Now tonight, I want to speak from the heart as we kick off this crucial three-day meeting. Ultimately, the next 3 days of success will be measured by only one metric. How does it change you? Our generation was raised in peace and prosperity. We read about times of conflict. We saw pictures in history books and online about people going through great struggles. Everyone who did so secretly thought to themselves, if I'd lived through that time, I'd have fought the oppressors. I'd be a hero. Well, if there's anything that we've learned in the last 3 years is everyone wants to be a hero until it's time to do hero stuff. Didn't the last 3 years teach us that? The brave men and women that we're about to hear from tonight and this weekend cannot win this conflict alone. William Wilberforce did not free slaves on his own. His crowd did, his like-minded crowd. He began a movement. George Washington did not buck off the English monarchy by himself. His crowd did it. William Wallace and Robert the Bruce did not free Scotland from the English crown by themselves. Their crowd did it. You are the crowd. Give yourself a round of applause. If you become an active crowd, we win, sooner or later. This may be a generational or multi-generational conflict. We know that cultural Marxism was a multi-generational strategy from the 40s until now. But the sooner we begin to fight, the sooner we begin to unfold the coming victory. And that is dependent, will you choose to be the crowd with which it begins? Over the next 3 days, our speakers have been instructed to bring solutions to the table. We don't need any more conferences to figure out what's going on. We know what's going on. We know those of you here, year in, year out, week in, week out, every Tuesday night, We Unify has meetings. The same organization that puts these things on has meetings for their crowd every Tuesday night right in this room. We don't need any more diagnostics. We know the disease. It is time for the cure. I know many of you are already active and don't need to hear this. For that, we all thank you and keep fighting. By the way, last year at one of the panel meetings, which we'll have all throughout the weekend, the idea for the National Citizens Inquiry was born. And as a domino effect through people in the crowd and outside of this crowd, it happened. Things do change. For those of you on the fence, my prayer is that you put into practice what you hear tonight and this weekend. That you begin to think about this fight and maybe even come up with your own strategy and tactic, but to breathe life, your own life, into this movement. We are the Rebel Alliance against the Empire. We are the Humans against the Matrix. We are the Fellowship of the Ring. We are the Resistance. Let us resist. Let us win. Thank you. Now, and I'll be your MC for this weekend, so I will be introducing the speakers. First up will be a gentleman by the name of Will Dove. Mr. Dove is the founder of the Iron Will Report and Strong and Free Canada, grassroots organizations dedicated to recovering rights and freedoms, providing factual data and expert testimony on government overreach. Please help me welcome with a warm round, Will Dove.
Yeah, I hope I'm not going to get in trouble with the tech guys, but I don't like something between me and the people I'm talking to, because the truth is I don't give speeches, I just talk to people. Thousands of years ago, mankind invented agriculture, and it revolutionized us, because suddenly one person could grow enough food for many people. So that freed up other people to do other things. And they became artists and philosophers and teachers. And from that came civilization. Because when you had a whole bunch of different people doing different things and it all came together into a whole, that's what you ended up with. And when those people in that civilization started working together to create a system that would protect everyone, that's called society. Hang on to that idea. We're going to come back to it. Now, I want you to imagine what would have happened 3 years ago if mainstream media had told people the truth. It might have sounded a little like this. In today's top story, our investigative reporters have discovered that the COVID-19 pandemic is a sham. It's a plot by wealthy industrials, many of whom are members of the World Economic Forum, to transfer trillions of dollars of wealth out of your hands into theirs. The COVID-19 virus was manufactured in a library, a laboratory. Thank you. That's why I don't give speeches. In a laboratory in Wuhan, China. It's highly transmissible, but not very virulent, and so there's nothing to worry about. And all these cases you're hearing about, those are coming from the misuse of something called the PCR process, which was never designed to be a diagnostic tool. And so therefore, you don't need to worry about it. Our journalists became suspicious when we found out about the government's plans to shut down everyone's businesses. Well, not everyone's, just your businesses. Their businesses got to stay open, like Walmart and Superstore. And we realized this was counterintuitive because if you're really trying to stop the spread of a virus, it didn't make any sense to keep the big businesses open. It should have been the other way around, to limit people's contact. And so we would advise you to ignore the government mandates and to go about your lives as normal. Now hang on to that idea, because we're going to get back to that one too. Not long ago, I interviewed 3 young people who are members of Over to the Youth. Over to the Youth is a group of young people who meet. They're from around the world, and they meet regularly to discuss what's happening in our society and what their generation can do about it. The 3 members of the group that I interviewed were Rain Trosey, the founder, the son of Dr. Mark Trosey. Many of you know that name. One of the more active members of the group, Evelyn Dove, my own daughter, and one of the young people you're going to hear speaking this weekend, Madison Holmes. And so I asked her, because I said, well, it's pretty obvious why Rain and Evelyn are here, given who their fathers are, but Madison, why are you here? And she said, because my parents know the truth of what's going on, and they've made certain that their daughters know too. So what we have here is a group of young people who are taking action based upon truth. Now let's look at the opposite side of that spectrum. Let's look at the woke youth of today, who are buying into this whole woke philosophy of transgenderism and critical race theory and colonialism. And what are these people doing? Well, they're screaming and stamping their feet and throwing tantrums and demanding that we fix their imaginary problems. And when you have people who draw from the society, but they don't put anything back in, that's called a parasite. But does that necessarily mean these kids are bad? Well, I have some perspective on that. Because while our daughter, Evelyn, knows the truth and is working to contribute, sadly, our 19-year-old son bought into the woke agenda. And through him, I met a number of his woke friends. It wasn't hard to spot them because they would come to our house and they would insist upon being called they. But the conclusion I drew from meeting these kids is that they weren't really bad kids. They were just misinformed. They'd been lied to. And they were making decisions based upon bad data. Remember that old computer acronym, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out? When people work from bad data, they make bad decisions. So, why are all of you here? Well, you're all here because you know the truth. And the truth has enabled you to be empowered to fight against the tyranny. And you're here to get more truth because you realize there's power in that truth. Now, you're also contributing members of society. I don't need to know you to know that. I know you're contributing members of society because you're here. So you're doing your part to make our society better. But you need the truth. Now, I have a team of volunteer researchers who work to help us find information. My wife, who is supposedly retired, works about 30 hours a week. 3 years into this fight, I still work 80 hours a week. And a lot of that time that my team and I are putting in is to produce one 40-minute counter-narrative news report every week and 2 interviews. Now you guys need the truth, but you don't have 150 hours a week to put into finding it, do you? So let's get back to that agriculture. One person can grow enough food for many. Independent media. One group or one person can provide the truth for many, so that you guys can digest that truth in a tiny fraction of the time that it took my team to find it and put it together for you. Which frees you to go out and do other things to contribute to society based upon that truth. And when people contribute to their society, the society grows stronger as long as those contributions are based on truth. So here it is. You're all here because you're looking for ways to be more effective in creating and renewing our nation of Canada. You're here because you're free Canadians working together to build a stronger society that is founded on truth.
Thank you, Will. That was great. Next, we have Serena Freedom Bear Winterburn. Now that is a name, and she's quite a lady to go with that name. Ms. Freedom Bear Winterburn is Cree from the Treaty 8 territory in Alberta, was a candidate for school trustee in the last local election for School District 79 on Vancouver Island. Her mission was to focus our education system on enhancing our children's practical life skills and not on indoctrinating them into far-left ideological rabbit holes. Please help me welcome Ms. Serena Freedom Bear Winterburn.
Thank you. So tonight I was sitting at the table and had this beautiful gentleman, I believe Jeff? Yes, he said to me, "Tell me who you are and everything about you." And I said, "You got to wait for the speech." But thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you for everyone who's come here to be a part of the solution. Now, I got to be honest, this is the very first time that I stepped up and agreed to come speak somewhere or participate, and actually felt a little bit intimidated by the experience. I actually spent this afternoon crying in preparation for this. And then I picked up my big girl feather and I said, "Get out there and go grow." I don't come from a traditional background with media. I actually have no experience or education in it. What I have is a big voice, and I discovered it because of what was going on, just like each and every one of you discovered what you have to bring to this movement. I was surprised to find out I'd be speaking with media today, but then I had a flashback of actually live streaming on the legislative grounds here in Victoria, saying into the camera, "We are the media now." And it was because of everything that was going on. I first picked up my camera and started live streaming on my personal Facebook page so that my friends and family could see what was really happening because of the lack of integrity that was taking place in our media with our government and our health officials, just like each and every one of you witnessed. It was through that I was told I needed to develop a platform, so I made a page and I kept live streaming and trying to give voice to others who were also out there. I was seeking, that's what I was doing. I wasn't building something for my own personal aspirations. I was seeking solutions for my family, for my community, and for my extended community and for Canada. And in that, I've had the opportunity to weave my voice with many amazing individuals, many who are sitting here in this room. I've been able to give my platform over to them to give voice to the things that are being censored and the things that are not being talked about in mainstream, the things that are being labeled as conspiracy theory and being fact-checked. And I find myself in a unique position being that I am Cree. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a background on that. As it was stated, I'm from Treaty 8 territory, Sucker Creek First Nation in Alberta. My mom is Cree, but my dad was Palestinian, so I'm also the daughter of an immigrant. I grew up in Canada being part of the 2 most hated demographics in Canada. That was the ideology that I was sold and that I subscribed to. These last 3 years, I've had to really look at many of the narratives that have been sown to us far beyond these past 3 years, and whether they actually serve us and what they're meant to serve. And I've spoken many times to the divide. I've actually been denounced from many First Nation communities across Canada for my speaking out, because I don't just call out our government. I call out our health officials, I call out our politicians, and I call out our corrupt chief and council. I call out our lack of integrity within the movement from each and every one of us. Because I am somebody who strongly believes in things like integrity, not just journalistic integrity, but I believe that we need to be more than that which we call out, and that it happens through us. And so there are times that we're going to need to hold each other in grace, and there are times that we're going to have to stop and reevaluate our own ego and what we are doing to be the ones to sow the divide. How are we bringing solutions? How are we being the ones that this is happening through us? I brought my eagle feather today because I was actually gifted this eagle feather in Port Alberni when I was speaking there by someone in the crowd. And in my culture, it's a great honor to be gifted an eagle feather because it represents speaking truth, a higher truth, not selective, but the truth. And so when I speak, I usually hold an eagle feather because I don't want it coming from my ego or my ideas. I want to be in service, and I want it about being in service to my community. And so it's the truth that serves the community. Now, since I brought this feather, I've had many of you come up and share stories with me tonight about eagle. And for me, I didn't know what I was going to speak about when I got up here, and I'm going to be honest, even though I sent a pretty little email saying what I was going to talk about. But I knew I was going to bring my eagle feather, and I was going to get up here and open my mouth and let whatever wanted to come through like I do, because that's my style. I'm not a journalist. I'm just somebody from the crowd, like each and every one of you, who got up here, realized I have a voice and have something that I have to contribute to make our world a better place, and that I'm going to do everything I can. And that includes using every tool in my toolbox. Because I am Cree, I have access to things in this movement, such as being First Nations, and then the sovereignty or the right to self-determination as in UNDRIP, which means that I have access to having platforms built that are private and protect our data, that actually I can have a whole network built, and with the servers on First Nations land, that puts it out of the jurisdiction of the overreach of government. This is something that I see as a solution. When we see C11 coming in, when we see everything that's being censored, when we will see the regulations changing for our online content, when we see and have the feds already come forward and say that they actively utilize the algorithms online to fact check us, but it was just the algorithm censoring us, then this shows us the foreshadow of what's to come. When they talk about with C11 that we will be fined, when we look at things that are coming in with also C36, then it's our responsibility to have an approach that is proactive rather than reactive. So I mean to build a network where I am bringing together, utilizing my unique privilege that I have as a First Nations woman because of my exemption from things like the Emergency Act, the Emergency Economic Measures Order and Regulations, as well as the jurisdiction of being treaty status, having to own a platform, and also having the data secured on First Nations land means that I get to help build a community where each and every one of you get to bring your voices in the case that you're deplatformed and information is censored deeper. I mean to build us a community where we can have free expression, where we can advocate, where we can share information, where we can work towards food security, towards alternative health care, towards our educational and our economic as well as our barter systems. I mean to have a full online community, and these are the things that I am working towards because I believe that we are the builders of that future, and the time is now.
Thank you, Serena. And I gotta say that the name Freedom Bear suits you just fine. Mama Freedom Bear. Little housekeeping. Where is our timekeeper lady? If you are in the, can you please come over here, please? I cannot see you, neither can the speakers. We have a seat reserved for you right over here. On to our next speaker. Now, this next guy, it's nice to have people in the freedom movement that just kind of look like Vikings or Scandinavian giants. This guy's all dressed up in a suit, but he looks like something out of the Game of Thrones, which is nice, it works. I'm speaking of Derek Fildebrandt. Now, Mr. Fildebrandt is a Canadian politician and media executive. He is the publisher, president, and CEO of the Western Standard New Media Corporation, and a former member of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta. Please help me welcome Derek Fildebrandt.
I brought homework. Let's see if that gets up there. Of course, they brought the timekeeper up as I'm about to speak. But my time doesn't start until we can get this up. Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you for the introduction. Okay. I could also just yell. Let's see. All right, I'm going to tell you a bit quickly, just a quick introduction about the Western Standard. The Western Standard was a magazine, print magazine from 2004 to 2007 that succeeded the Alberta Report. The Alberta Report was a legendary magazine. Someone here is nodding along. Who here remembers the Alberta Report? I know I'm in BC. Wow, it's a lot. Good job. There's a lot of Albertans that retire here because it's so damn nice. I got so angry leaving the airport when I saw palm trees. I got really angry at you people. The Western Standard was its successor. It went out of publication in 2007. In 2019, I founded the Western Standard New Media Corporation. We purchased the rights to the old one and brought it back. We have bureaus in Calgary, Victoria, Vancouver, Regina, Ottawa, and Edmonton. I need to update this. It doesn't say Edmonton up there. Actually, no, we don't have one in Victoria right now. Anyone looking for a job, let me know. That's just our mission statement. We are an independent source of news and commentary, fighting for a strong and free Western Canada, committed to the truth even when it hurts, and forever pledged to refuse government funding. Everyone always applauses for that one, but I'm starting to get pretty sick of it. I can make a lot more money if I just do it. We focus on breaking and exclusive news. That sets us apart from a lot of other independent media because there's opinion journalism, like your take on the news of the day, is a critical component of journalism. We have an opinion division with an opinion editor and about 30 different opinion columnists. It's very important. But news, investigative news journalism in the traditional sense of the word, a lot of independent media don't do that because it's so expensive. You can't hire, freelancers don't do it as much. Some do it, but it's mostly a full-time job. And so that requires us to have quite a few people on a full-time payroll doing it. Our readership is about 2.2 million page views a month, about half of which is in Alberta. We're roughly 50-50 between male and female. Most of our people are under the age of 45. So who funds us? Well, not the government. Most of our money comes almost 50-50 from advertising and membership, or subscriptions, if you will. And increasingly, we're trying to build other business partnerships. So I want to give you a rundown of the landscape of the media in Canada, and then eventually its relationship with the government. So we've got the mainstream and the legacy media. Those two things are almost the same, but not exactly. If we were looking at a Venn diagram, it would be almost, but not quite, a perfect circle. We've got the digital, independent, and alternative media, and then, of course, social media. I'm not going to be talking too much about social media. So, the mainstream versus legacy media. Mainstream generally means what you think of it as. It's kind of boilerplate, run-of-the-mill journalism that fits within the broad mainstream of public opinion. Increasingly, that is less so. I think a lot of journalism is leaning towards one side of mainstream public opinion. Used to be a bit more balanced, but it is generally within the mainstream. It is traditionally print, physically has a print copy somewhere, and it is heavily government regulated, and now it is extremely government subsidized. So here's some of the major examples here in Canada. Of course, CBC, Radio Canada, TVO, Global, CTV, Rogers TV. And this list here I've got of the newspapers, that is clearly not an exhaustive list. That's about probably 2% of it. So then we got the digital, independent, and alternative media. It is dominantly online. In fact, it's generally, even if you've got a relatively, the Western Standard, I increasingly call it, not referring to us as non-mainstream, I'm trying to refer to us now as the new mainstream. Because I think the worldview we represent is actually quite mainstream within Western Canada. It's just not seen in the rest of the media. But it is dominantly online. It can be small little outlets, a blog, a vlogger, podcaster. Then there's the professional, independent, or digital media. And I'll get to some examples of that. But those are ones that are operating as a for-profit business, charitable models. But there are generally people on a payroll, and it's not, it's not mom sitting at home with her blog. And that is an important part of the independent media, but there's a difference. And then, of course, there's more activist media. Come on. Oh. All right. One of the biggest things to change in media since the invention of Gutenberg's printing press is the internet and what it has done to barriers to entry. It used to be, for the mainstream and legacy media, if you wanted to start even a local newspaper, you needed at least a few $100,000 of capital. If you wanted to make a big play, the way we try to do at the Standard, you would need tens of millions of dollars. You'd have to buy buildings, printing presses, large staffs, all up front. Today, who here's watched Parks and Rec? Any Parks and Rec fans here? Not a lot. That's shocking. You guys need to watch Parks and Rec. Well, then there's Ron Swanson. He's been in trouble for trying to slaughter a pig in the park, and the cop asks him if he has a permit, and he hands him a piece of paper that just says, "I can do what I want." And that is the barrier to entry to the new media, although government is doing its best to change that. Now, I will talk about that more. But the barrier to entry, the Western Standard, when I first started it, I did it with probably less than $500. It took a lot of time and forgoing income by not doing other things, but I did it with $500, and we bootstrapped our way up. You do not need a lot of money to start a successful independent media outlet today. So here's some of the examples. So in the semi-mainstream, and there's left-wing and right-wing and kind of less political examples up here. The semi-mainstream, so that's where I put the Western Standard. We are professional. We hire professional reporters. I've got reporters who have worked for the CBC, the Globe and Mail, the National Post, the Calgary Herald, the Calgary Sun, the Edmonton Journal, the Edmonton Sun, the Alberta Report. And then who come from journalism school. So our newsroom is professional, but we're outside where the so-called mainstream is on a lot of the things we look into. Canada Land leans left, but also fairly professional. The Epoch Times, of course, give a shout out. Very interesting one. It started largely as kind of a Chinese dissident, anti-Chinese Communist Party outlet affiliated with Falun Gong, and it's kind of found its stride, especially in the last few years, where it's become increasingly semi-mainstream, speaking beyond just the Chinese anti-communist Chinese diaspora community in Canada to the broader Canadian public. Blacklock's reporter, they do investigative journalism. Then we got more activist ones on both the right and the left, Post-Millennial, not as much anymore, The Rebel, Narwhal. Then you got outright hardcore propaganda like Press Progress. The government is now heavily regulating the media, actually has been for a long time. I'm afraid of the timekeeper, I'm not sure where I'm at. So I'm gonna go through here quicker now. But you've got all sorts of bodies regulating what you can say. There was an attempt at a non-mainstream big public broadcaster, remember Sun News Network. It did not get the same license as, say, the CBC, so it went bust. We've got the CBC getting $1.2 billion a year from the federal government, and a mandatory carriage license from the CRTC, meaning every cable provider has to carry it no matter what, and pay them for it. Now, the government has gone way beyond. It used to be just the CBC. Now it is virtually everyone. $600 million media bailout. And it goes to select media outlets from a hand-picked panel chosen by the Liberal Minister of Heritage. There's new legislation coming in, Bill C-18, a so-called link tax. I'm not a fan of Facebook and Google, but in this case, it's a bizarre bill. I won't get too deeply into it, but it is essentially going to steal money from Facebook and Google and give it to Canadian mainstream media for the great crime of bringing readers to their websites. It's an insane bit of legislation, and they know it's insane, and it's grifting and it's theft, but they're doing it because they're addicted to government subsidies like it was crack at this point. So now we've got direct control over 100% of all Canadian radio, television, and print media, and indirect control over even a majority of the independent media right now. So here's just kind of a quick breakdown of some of the major players by different categories of media control. Government owned, of course, CBC, Television Ontario. Government funded, those are some of the big publications. It's effectively almost every publication in Canada now. Government supported by regulation, that's the so-called private sector, broadcasters. They get a lot of indirect support from government by regulation. And then a very small number of the free press. The press that is not funded by government. Western Standard, True North, Blacklock's Reporter, Rebel News, Epoch Times, Canada Land. So I want to talk, here's the solution part. I was told there's got to be solutions. This is great because I didn't even need to change the presentation. Who here is, this is probably a bit obscure, who's familiar with the economic theory of creative destruction? Okay, I saw three. Comes from the Austrian School of Economics from a guy named Joseph Stephenson. And he argued that capitalism required the destruction of inefficient and old industries and modes of production if new and better ones were to emerge in their place. They had to destroy the old to build the new, to free up capital, to free up market share. The candle industry, by necessity, had to die for the light bulb industry to succeed. That is what's happening, that is the opposite of what's happening right now with government policy trying to prop up the legacy media. Let's go back. So there's my guy again, yeah, Ron Swanson. Here is, oh, you can't see very well because it's kind of washed out. You can't see well on the screen here, but big long list. 4 companies own almost every newspaper in Canada. 4 companies. Here's an example from my Alberta. There are 4 major daily newspapers. Calgary Sun, Calgary Herald, Edmonton Journal, Edmonton Sun. All four are operated by Post Media out of Toronto. All of their bosses are there. Most of their content comes from Toronto. It's not written in Alberta. And Post Media is owned by Chatham Wealth Management right across the street from Wall Street in New Jersey. Chatham Wealth Management owns Post Media. Post Media owns every major daily in Alberta, and I believe in BC too. Here's 4 stories. Calgary Herald, Calgary Sun, Edmonton Journal, Edmonton Sun, National Post during the Freedom Convoy. All 5 stories exactly the same. The only difference was 2 of them used one image and the other 3 used another. I'm gonna have to skip through this, I'm not gonna have the time for it, but we've got a ton of direct and indirect censorship in Canada. Indirectly, you've got social media regulation. A lot of that comes from pressure from the United States Congress. You've got licensing and now media funding. Media funding is probably now the most pernicious form of government control and censorship in the media. We're going to go through some of this here, not enough time. So, indirect is government funding. So here's Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you can't see, he's saying, "Who is your daddy and what does he do?" And if you work in 99.5% of the media in Canada, the government is your daddy. And what does he do? He pays you. We're going to go through some of this here. There's just so many damn bills that the federal government is bringing in. Bill C-10, Bill C-11, Bill C-18. The common thread of all of them is silencing alternative or dissenting voices and suppressing alternative and dissenting media in particular. There's a number of reasons for it, but one is economic, and it is to prop up the dying or arguably already dead mainstream and legacy medias. So here's what things look like. You've got a declining mainstream media readership and viewership. They are failing business models that would be long since bankrupt without government subsidies and bailouts. And you have a rising independent and alternative media. But it's being put down by powerful new censorship tools and subsidies. I was testifying at the Senate about 2.5 so weeks ago on C-18, and one senator asked me, I was there trying to get an exemption for companies like the Western Standard not to get the newest round of bailouts. And one of the senators asked me at the committee hearing, well, what can we do to help publications like you? And my answer was, stop funding my competitors with my own taxes. That's it. And I had one clear message for them. I said, stop. I said, for the love of God, stop trying to help me. The answer to this, I wear 2 hats. Publisher and journalist, but also ruthless capitalist. And I make no apologies for it. I'm proud of it. In fact, it is the reason we're now the largest independent media company in Canada. It is the reason we are hiring journalists monthly while all of our government-funded competitors are laying people off by the dozens. The answer to press freedom in Canada is economic freedom. If you want to see a change in the media, you're going to need to see a change in direct government policy. The answer to a free press is free economics, economic freedom. So, with that, thank you all for having me. I'm extremely optimistic. I actually don't need you to do much on this one. I know that's not the message from here today, but I don't need you to do much. Subscribe, that would be helpful. But go out there, if you have the time, you have the ambition, start your own businesses, become my competitor. Just don't do it with my tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. And The media panel that's up here, guys, they are spearheading this movement, this free press movement. Look up their names and their companies and their publications on the brochure. Support them. Support them with your money, with your clicks. Share their stuff with your friends. Start to use their services to begin to outperform them on the algorithm. That is the way you guys can help these guys keep the freedom of the press. Okay, moving on. Jeff Sands will be our next speaker. Mr. Sands is a journalist and freelance contributor with the Epoch Times, based in Vancouver area. He recently spoke at the National Citizens Inquiry, sharing his perspective on how journalism is corrupted by a polarized readership and corporate and governmental financial ties. Please help me welcome Jeff Sands.
Everything that Derek said. Essentially, the other speakers have already covered most of what I was going to say, so hopefully I'll be a little bit shorter. But I studied journalism 35 years ago, and I worked in it for about 5 years until I did something else. And I came back a couple of years ago because, in my opinion, journalism has betrayed us. And I just felt a calling to try and take what I had been trained to do and see if I can resurrect that professionalism in an industry that didn't seem to have any. I mean, my solution is all the same that everybody else is saying, is that the independent efforts out there that don't get government funding, aren't reliant on the dollars from big advertisers. The smaller voices are the ones that are able to look themselves in the mirror and recognize whether or not they're being balanced or biased, because they don't have much wiggle room to make mistakes. But in the bigger media outlets, there is no accountability. And sadly, we're in an environment where I can go and say, this reporter is not professional, that media outlet is fake, but I also know that those same ones will point their finger back at me and say the same thing, using their own set of criteria. And we have migrated to the voices and the media we want to hear, and largely what's happening in our media landscape is they recognize that demographic and they give us what we demand, which is basically unbalanced reporting. Essentially, again, I'm here to advocate that we use our money, our internet clicks, our podcasts, where we turn to find the people like Will, Serena, the Western Standard, the ones that Derek showed up there that aren't reliant on government money. I'm not sure much what I'm going to be able to contribute in excess of what they've already had, but where I think I have, I guess, some experience to speak on is I believe I was trained how to do journalism when it was a noble profession. And the techniques in our journalism world include all kinds of things. For example, and you'll see these when you read them, unnamed sources, butchered quotes, inflammatory headlines, stories based only on allegations, no alternative viewpoints or confirmation of the source. These are all things that have become standard in what constitutes journalism now. And we live in an era where we for the industry that we have depended on to keep us informed and challenge the people that make decisions that affect our lives, that we have let you down, that these last 3 years in particular, but the last 12 that I've noticed, we wouldn't be in this position with division and finger pointing and hatred if we as our media had actually done our job. Yeah, I'm just trying to find where I have something that's a little bit different to mention, but to give you a couple of examples, we all here probably have looked at alternative viewpoints from the government and the mainstream media's sort of illustrations on what's gone on with COVID and the vaccines. But to give you a little bit of perspective, when we've seen, when they were reporting on vaccines, for example, few people realized that Health Canada had never actually approved them. They were only on an interim, what's called an interim order. That is something that should never really be used in any circumstance, but it is an absolute integral. Imagine for people who had actually thought that the vaccines were safe and effective, learned that there was actually no approval from Health Canada. And of course, even more people don't even know that the government is right now looking to recraft the procedures that take vaccines, medicines, therapies, and abandon the scrutiny and the testing that has made them come to market in the first place. That is journalism malpractice, because that is part of what makes this story, which has enveloped our lives for the past several years, more important for us to know the truth on. The government subsidies. I wrote a list down of what a lot of the outlets are. Derek pointed out about $600 million has gone to things like the Digital Citizen Initiative. The Digital Citizen Initiative is a multi-component strategy that aims to support democracy and social inclusion in Canada by building citizen resilience against online disinformation. They have another foundation, supporting media literacy to stop the spread of online disinformation. A strong digital citizenship relies on diverse and reliable sources of information. To address the increase in online disinformation, we must support organizations who dedicate their efforts in educating citizens on how to be more critical of online information. The Canada Media Fund, hundreds of millions of dollars going towards TV and digital platforms. Derek brought up Postmedia. The CEO, Paul Godfrey, after $600 million was dedicated just to that alone over 5 years from Canada Heritage, he said, "I tip my hat to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. They deserve a lot of credit. Everyone in journalism should be doing a victory lap around their building right now." Postmedia owns a huge portion of our media landscape in this country, and the CEO is outright saying, hey, thank you, government, for doing that. They have a thing called Special Measures for Journalism. $40 million over 3 years. $45 million they also had back in 2020, $23 million in 2021. They have the Local Journalism Initiative, which is $70 million over 5 years. They support Media Smarts, which created Break the Fake, how to tell what's true online. And if you go in there and you type in something about whatever, COVID, Pierre Poilievre, Justin Trudeau, you only get an algorithm that brings up such as articles from CBC, New York Times, BBC, essentially the same like-minded viewpoints. So what I guess I would just echo with everybody else here is that when the government is involved in supporting our media is the ones that are making the decisions on what counts as news and editorial content. There's a lot of thin newsrooms right now that don't have a lot of copy editors, that have to really stretch their dollars. You don't make a lot of money in journalism, and so if you want to earn a living, what you have to do is try to get 2 stories out a day, maybe 3 in 2 days, and do that every day, every week. You're going to cut corners. You're not interviewing as many people. And anywhere you go, you'll probably see the majority of stories that have maybe 1 interview, 1 piece of information, because that's the easiest way to get it out quickly. If we stop funding our competitors, well, I shouldn't say it like that. when legacy media is being funded or being given a lot of money from advertisers that also control their content, then that is they don't need to make any adjustments. I would argue that you guys, we need to be able to take people like Will, Serena, Western Standard, even Rebel News and others that are not funded by government, and let's make sure that we support them. And that'll be my time.
Thank you, Jeff. And you finished off at exactly what I was thinking when I was down there. I'm like, the Epoch Times, the Post Millennial, True North, Rebel News, the Western Standard News Corps from Derek, Will Report, and the Strong and Free Canada, Freedom Bears social media. I'm going to give you guys a task management for this coming week. When you go on your Facebook or your Instagram, whatever you use for social media, link one of their articles on a regular basis. I'm going to put a list of my bookmarks, and every week I'm going to share something from their media. We got to support them. If you can't do that, you're not going to fight this, okay? That's a very easy thing for us to do. Anchoring tonight's media panel, and he will also be moderating as soon as we're done. So all the speakers, don't go anywhere. If you got to go pee, I don't care. You're coming up right there after Rodney's done. Our final media panel speaker is Rodney Palmer. Now, Mr. Palmer is an award-winning journalist who has worked for the 20 years as a foreign correspondent for CTV News, an investigative reporter for CBC Radio and Television. He was the CTV News foreign correspondent and bureau chief in India, China, and the Middle East. He is a real deal, old school beat journalist. Please help me welcome tonight's anchor, Rodney Palmer.
Thank you very much for coming. I'm the guy who's not as a journalist for as long as I did, for about 20 years, and I'm frankly in awe of our panel tonight and the speakers we've just heard, because they are the only media worth listening to in Canada today. I started working as a journalist when I was 16 years old in Sault Ste. Marie when I was in high school, and I found out I could get paid to write. And then I went and got trained as a journalist at Ryerson Journalism School. And I started working at the Vancouver Sun in 1987. I moved over to the CBC, and I had a long career where I eventually went to CTV News and worked as a foreign correspondent, and opened their first bureau in India. I ran the Middle East Bureau out of Jerusalem and covered a civil war there. I went to China, I covered the SARS outbreak there, and there I got quite a very close insight into how the world handles a pandemic, how the World Health Organization reacts to a pandemic. And certainly noticed it wasn't the same this time around. Very different. They started shutting cities down. They started shutting the world down. And I bought into it. I thought, like everybody else, this is scary, let's go home, let's hide in our kitchen. But then we only had really the CBC radio to listen to. And I very quickly started recognizing that something wasn't quite right when our Prime Minister said, "Don't worry, Canada, we've invested in a vaccine company in Vancouver." I thought, well, how long am I waiting in my kitchen for this to end? A vaccine, this takes a decade. And then I started hearing, my heroes on CBC Radio, like Matt Galway on The Current, interview a guy from the Center for Digital Hate talking about how vitamin C intravenous was murder. Yeah, and well, anybody who has been involved in outside of the mainstream medical system knows that for 50 years, vitamin C intravenous has been saving lives. So I thought they were getting it wrong, and they just needed Rodney back there to tell them what was right. And I started writing letters to Matt Galway and say, I'd love to come and sort of open your eyes about this. And then writing to the head of journalistic standards, Brody Fenlon, the editor-in-chief of CBC Radio, CBC and all of its journalism. And then I started realizing that they weren't getting it wrong. They were telling us a different story. This was propaganda. This was the government's messaging coming through the CBC. It wasn't a mistake at all. Their intention was to mislead us through government messaging in favor of a particular outcome. And this wasn't just the CBC. I've spoken at the National Citizens Inquiry twice about the CBC. Thank you. And I did a lot of research for those because I was naming my former colleagues, and I know the level that we all worked to together when we used to work in the same field. And I knew that I better have it right before I said it, and I did, and I challenged any of them to poke a hole in anything I said because it's all true. And I never really liked Rebel News, I gotta tell you. I thought that this was egomaniacism and just really wanting to get rid of the Liberals and put the Conservatives in, which is fine, they're welcome to do that, but I didn't think it was news until it was the only news. And they started showing the truth and telling the truth, and then I became addicted to the thing. And then I saw Bright Light News, and I saw, and recently became to know the Western Standard. And as I was just telling Derek in my preparation for the National Citizens Inquiry just a week ago, I think, it's been a bit of a whirlwind, I wanted to get that graph that the CBC put forth. It was the bar chart snapshot of their funding, which was falsified. And very quickly, the only place I could easily get it was the Western Standard. And it came up, they weren't going to let me see it unless I paid, so of course I paid. And I thought, I'm going to keep paying. And I'm going to join all of these things. And I'm going to give them my money because that's my little protest against the CBC. Is they all deserve this minuscule $10, $15, whatever they charge. 24 million came pretty quickly when our truckers started rolling across the country. These guys need our money because they can do more with it, and they can tell us more truth because truth is critical. And I'll tell you how critical it is. 150 or more years ago, when Canada was fledgling, before we had Canada, we had Upper and Lower Canada in the eastern part of our country, in the central part of our country. And it was run by families and nepotism. And there was a man named William Lyon Mackenzie who didn't like this. He was the Derek Fildebrandt of his day. He wanted to point out, he became the first mayor of Toronto. He was a politician. He wanted to point out that this nepotism was not letting enough people have their way and have their say. And he smashed this family compact, they called it, by writing in his little newspaper. And he printed every little word, and every piece of metal went in every letter. And he printed this primitive printing press in his paper called the Colonial Advocate, which was Toronto's newspaper, and he smashed the family compact. And it was journalism that did that. Because journalism is not only important, it's not a privilege of democracy, it's a foundational pillar of democracy. Without journalism, democracy doesn't exist. And our democracy is currently floundering because we don't have our mainstream anymore. The CBC is not the only one. I just picked on them because we pay for it. My argument was if CTV wants to lie to their audience and trick them, if the Toronto Star wants to lie, if Global News wants to lie, and they all lie. If they want to lie about it in favor of their hundreds of millions from the Canadian government, in favor of the pharmaceutical corporate agenda, they're allowed to, unfortunately, until we all stop buying their product. But the CBC we pay for, we're taxed, and it has a high value when it's operating functionally in the news department. And we have to be careful that we don't lose our comedy shows, because Baroness von Sketch in This Hour Is 22 Minutes makes me laugh. But we lost Kathy Jones from This Hour Is 22 Minutes when she said, I'm not taking this vaccination. And I had the extreme honor, and all that I've done by speaking, I got to meet Kathy Jones. I think it's the greatest honor. And she told me when I opened my laptop, after they were shoving that thing up my nose and they were making me wear a mask, and I finally opened my laptop, she said, and I saw that they were going to start the mandates at the CBC. I said, oh my God, we're finished. And she I looked around, and everybody was looking at me when your dog doesn't understand what you're saying. They just said, she's so funny when she talks that nobody else seemed to get it but her. And I think there's a few of us who get it in every profession. There's the doctors, there's the odd journalists, there's comedians, there's the odd ones, and it's our duty to speak up and say something. And these independent media voices are absolutely critical. Without them, we have no democracy. They are the ones that are just propping us up right now because they're telling us the truth. And democracy requires the daily dissemination of facts so that we can form our opinions about them. And my opinion will be different than your opinion and different than your opinion, but the majority opinion will be the one that rules, theoretically and ideally in a democracy. But how can we ever agree on what's right anymore when we can't agree on what's true? What's true is true. It stands there with or without us. It's the fact, it's the truth, it's stronger than any of us. It lives after we die. But if we can't agree on that, because our system that normally delivered it is now lying to us, then we have to reinvent it. There's an amazing opportunity in this moment to reinvent journalism, and it's being reinvented by necessity, the mother of all invention. It's being reinvented by our speakers who we're about to hear from again now, the people that you've heard from here, and they are the ones who are telling the truth. So my assignment to all of you who are in this room right now and who may be seeing this on video or watching it at home is pay them. That's how it's going to grow. I do have hope when I see what they're doing. It makes me feel like there's hope. And they're trying hard because they're the early adopters, they're the entrepreneurial spirits. And to hear Derek Fildebrandt get up here and say, come on, compete with me, is amazing. It's an amazing thing to hear. It's the most inspiring thing I've heard yet among the independent journalists. And so if we all get together and just keep watching them, this idea of sharing their links is great. When I first saw Western Standard News, I thought, what the heck is this thing? This is the most professional outfit I've ever set eyes on. He knows how to make it look real, like we expect it to be. And then you've got somebody like Bright Light News, one guy, Glenn Jung. All he does is go to these massive conferences around North America and in Europe and interview everybody and just put the interviews out. And he does what the journalists in the mainstream no longer do. He simply asks a simple question and then listens to them. He lets the experts speak people in and have them participate in it. And what Jeff's publication does, the Epoch Times, is absolutely extraordinary. That was the first thing I saw when COVID first hit. It was still January 2020, and I opened that up and there was a timeline on how the World Health Organization delayed, on the request of China, the categorization of this as a pandemic for 2 weeks, just long enough for it to get out and spread across the world. And it was interviewing Canadian politicians complaining about this, and I looked at that and thought, that's what journalism is. This is how I was trained to practice journalism. And I wasn't seeing that in the Toronto Star or the Globe and Mail or the National Post. I was only seeing it in the Epoch Times, and I decided this is what I want to read, because I can decide if it's true, because I can look at it and it looks real to me. So I wanted to put to the panel the notion of a cooperative venture, not necessarily a totally competitive venture, and just to see what you guys think about it, or maybe you have any other ideas, because the CBC, the CTV, all the organizations I worked for, the Vancouver Sun, the Globe and Mail, they all have wire services. They don't print or broadcast 100% of what they show you every day. In fact, if you listen to the CBC, they're often reporting an Afghanistan story and signing off out of London. They don't even go there. They just say, well, that guy's just close enough. We'll put it, we'll let him do the story. But they have wire services that they contribute to, so that if they have somebody filming in London, they then give that footage to the wire service, to Associated Press or Reuters Television, and then they subscribe so that they can take a story that was shot out of Zimbabwe that afternoon, and they don't have to have somebody there. So I wonder if there's not a potential business model here that's based on a mutual benefit of paying into a system but getting as much out of it as you can, so that when somebody like Bright Light News goes to the World Council on Health and comes back with 40 interviews, you all have them because you subscribe to the same wire service. Maybe, Will, you can start by telling me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you, Rodney. I wanted to start by saying that I loved Derek's presentation, but Derek, I have to disagree with you on one thing. Yeah, not your competition. I look at all of you guys here as my partners, because and this is what Rodney has said very well, is it's our job as journalists to bring people the truth. And these people here are helping to bring the truth. And so we all have to be working to do this. One of the guys that I like to work with is Glenn Young at Bright Light News. It wasn't that long ago I interviewed Dr. Robert Malone. And the next day I got an email from Glenn saying, hey, could you give me an introduction? I'd like to interview him. I said, absolutely. Because it had been about 6 months before that he had interviewed somebody. And I saw his interview and said, hey, can you give me an introduction? I'd like to interview that person. Because we all have different audiences. And so the more of that truth that gets spread around between us, the more people hear that truth. And so I think what Rodney's proposing is fantastic. A wire system where we can all share what we've created and what we've found and what we've learned so that that truth can be spread even farther.
And Serena, the work that you do is really first-person singular work. And I'm wondering if you think that you could benefit from something like that you could participate in, that other journalists who become journalists just because they're speaking, they have a point of view. I really liked your idea about creating a server on Treaty 8 territory and say, yeah, sure, come and get it. Something, do you have a comment on that?
Absolutely. So there is this thing called a sponsoring thought. And a sponsoring thought is our first and initial thought that we have about anything, any idea, anything we build, anything at all. And it's that sponsoring thought that our foundation is built on. So if our sponsoring thought around media, if we haven't done the work to look at what is not working in media, we cannot build a foundation that is strong and that is going to not be compromised. So the sponsoring thought itself, so when we talk about competition, that's a flawed sponsoring thought. When we talk about working together, because I was very touched by each and every one of you, what you spoke. It is our responsibility. That's why I stepped forward. And I'm not professional like the rest of you. I cry all the time. I get mad, I get passionate, I get silly, because I believe I need to show up authentically, because each and every one of you deserve that, because of the perversion that is taking place in society, in our media, in our government, in our healthcare. And so I'm not going to be in competition with anybody. I'm here because, as I said, I don't have self-aspirations in this. This wasn't a career goal. This is not where I imagined myself a year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago. And this isn't where I imagined myself in 5 years. I'm doing this because this is my responsibility, and I have a gift that I can gift to this movement and to each and every one of you, as do each and every one of these gentlemen and many out there who aren't up here with us. So yes, I would continue to build in a way that we are allies and we are weaving together, because that's, to me, a stronger founding thought.
Thank you. Derek, you're a businessman, you're an entrepreneur. What do you think of because there's potential for all boats to rise with this tide if a small outfit can suddenly have access to so much that it can increase the amount of content that it churns out daily, increase its own audience, and that's our goal here, is to reach more people.
I have been very actively exploring this specific idea. In fact, I had meetings with my staff about this yesterday afternoon.
Hallelujah.
This is very hot on my mind. And it cuts a few ways. So I don't know if the average person out there really understands what a wire service is. It's a subscription. Like, you might subscribe to a newspaper, but your newspaper subscribes to the wire service, and it gives them a ton of content, and they've become more important to media than ever because the newsrooms have gotten so small. It's a cheap way to fill with...
They're also concentrated with that same ownership you described and that same messaging you described, so that
exactly.
The wire service can have a huge permeation of the thought process.
Yeah, and in fact, we're in negotiations with Canadian Press right now, the major wire service, and we had to reject the initial one because we just could not accept printing their stories verbatim, because we're not allowed to change them. We can't even change if a word is capitalized or not if it conflicts with our style guide. There's other models where they can give us some work, and there is good work out there, but it's more of like they give us stuff and we could take it and put it into our story. So we're in negotiations there. But I've been thinking about the idea of an independent media wire service for some time. It's got there's a lot of possibility to it. I've been reaching out to, and I say the word competitors, there's really kind of two. The government-funded guys, they're not even just my competitors, they're my enemy. The independent players, individual people like Freedom Bear, like, just, by the way, what an awesome name. I like my family name, but holy hell. Like Proud Bear, sorry, not Proud Bear, Freedom Bear. To the larger, more commercial companies, Rebel, Epoch Times, etc. But it's difficult. We're trying to find our way through to find an economic model that works. Because, you know, some people, and I'm sure there's some on this stage, there might be some in the crowd, it's not your full-time job, it's not your business, you're just doing it because you love it and you want to change the world. But for some of us, it's our full-time job, and I've got people who are paying their mortgages and feeding their families on this. So it has to have an economic model that works. And wire services are not cheap. They're very expensive generally. And there's such a disparity in the size between a lot of the independent media. It could be one person who blogs once a week, and it could be the Standard with 20 plus full-time employees and another ton of freelancers. So there's such disparity in the ability of independent media to be able to buy into it. So anyways, this is my long-winded way of saying I am very actively seeking to build a model that works for it. And my hope is, and definitely no promises, but my hope is that perhaps within a few months we might be able to achieve something that'll raise the tide of all boats.
Jeff, does the Epoch Times subscribe to wire services, or do they generate 100% of their material themselves?
I can't answer that specifically, but when I read the Epoch Times, I never come across wire service stories. So I'm going to say they don't, but I'm sure they probably have, well, the American Bureau, they have overseas bureaus, they get their content from those bureaus as well, so that's probably what they rely on.
How big is the newspaper? How the full corporate machine?
I wish I could answer that. I mean, in Canada, we have grown ever since I started there, but that's not the reason. But I think we covered the truckers' convoy when nobody else did, the vaccine truth. These are things that were pulling people in, and my editor's trying to hire more and more reporters, and so we continue to grow. Our footprint in Canada continues to increase, but I can't give you numbers.
Yeah, I'm gonna shift the gear here, and I'm gonna start with you and come back, because I want to know if you have any thoughts on how we reach that, what they're calling the movable middle. You know, we're said to have 30% who are so easily hypnotizable, and the 30% who are represented by most of the people in this room who kind of got it from the beginning. Maybe we didn't figure it out in our heads, but our gut told us something's not quite right here. And then you've got that 40% in the middle who are the ones we need to get. The ones we need are new media to be able to reach, to convince with the truth. Do you have any thoughts on how to reach that movable middle that are going to win it for us?
I thought lots about this, and I don't, again, have an answer, so I'm kind of a dud panelist right now, but the influence of social media, which I don't participate in, has the biggest reach, it seems, compared to any of us just doing something that's quality. Because you who come to Epoch Times or Western Standard, Will, Serena, you've already chosen to get our content. How do we get beyond that? It's a slow trickle of people that are coming to this side for their news, but the only avenue I think we can accomplish that is through the social media element. We're going to have to get some young, savvy people that subscribe to what we're talking about as far as journalism goes, and have them be the ones that take their tech abilities and their outreach to try and spread that word. That's the only thing I've ever been able to come up
No, and
with.
it's a salient point because I noticed on the National Citizens Inquiry, they have something like 7,500 followers, but when they put my testimony out on Twitter, it reached 100,000 very quickly. So Derek, do you use the social media to boost the main website material that you generate?
It's, when I talked about the barriers to entry, that's the biggest thing. So, you know, if we had, the original Western Standard was a print magazine, and that required hundreds and hundreds, actually around $1 million in capital to start it up. You had to buy printing presses, distribution systems, postage. It was grossly expensive. When we started the Western Standard in just like October 2019, it was like me and my news editor at my kitchen table in pajamas. And we used social media. So we've got Bill C-18 coming right now. I talked about it very lightly in my presentation, but it is just to take money from Facebook and Google. And God, I hate defending them, but on this one issue, they're not the bad guys. The government and the grifting, greedy media executives are. The idea is, okay, thanks. They're trying to say that, so like, okay, when I was a kid, my first job was a paper boy, small town, Ontario. And the newspaper would pay me to deliver their product to their customers. I even did it by a dog sled in the winter. I had a modified GT racer in my Husky. And yeah, you're in Victoria, you don't have snow. But now, the newspaper boy in 2023 is Facebook, and it's Google, and Twitter. Very rich, overpaid paper boys, but they're the paper boy, and they do it for free. You don't have to pay some punk kid to do it. But they've got it backwards, and now the government is saying that they need to pay the newspapers for the privilege of delivering their content to readers, people whose eyeballs get you advertising revenue, people who could turn into paid subscribers. It is absolutely ass backward. And Facebook has said it's going to just shut the news off in Canada if this bill passes. And that's why I was trying to get an exemption to this bill so that we don't get caught up in that. We probably will end up getting caught up in it. So social media as a way of independent media getting its content, getting its message out to people could change radically in Canada very soon, because these companies, as bad as they overall are, they're dead right when they say we are not going to pay media companies for doing them the biggest favor anyone's ever done them short of government media subsidies. And so it's going to have a dramatically negative impact on the ability of independent media who rely more on social media than the traditional media to do it.
Is there a workaround to that? Should it occur, which it sounds like it may?
Well, I was testifying at the Senate committee that's going through this, and there were some sympathetic senators, including some lefty Trudeau-appointed ones, who, you know, I was telling them, like, it is a violation of our common law for the government to force two unwilling parties to have contract with one another. The government can't force you to hire me if you don't want to hire me and I don't want to work for you. But the government is saying Facebook and the Western Standard must have an agreement together, and neither Facebook nor the Western Standard want to have an agreement. I'm happy with the current arrangement. You give us free delivery for stuff and we make money. That's a good arrangement. I like that. We get our content out to readers, people get informed, we get subscribers, everyone wins. So I was there trying to get carve-outs in the bill so that we don't get caught up in it. There's one weird potential carve-out we could unintentionally get. There was some crazy guy representing a certain religious organization who was testifying before me, and he was arguing that there should be none of this free Google and Facebook money to media that said offensive things about Islam. And when I went up to the Senate, when I was speaking, I said, alternatively, if you won't amend the bill, I will voluntarily have us labeled a hate organization if it means you'll stop trying to regulate us. So that's our way, is if we can become a hate organization, we could maybe get exempted from the bill.
Well, hate is a word that's being expanded in its definition, so you may.
In this case is the one time I might welcome the label if it means that the government will stop trying to regulate our private contracts with other businesses.
So Serena, you might be the only one we can listen to now. If we can't get media, there's mainstream media or even the alternative media, the new media, that's all you do is social media, right? You're direct to social media.
That's right. Okay, first I want to address something because we're talking about truth and we're talking about media. And so I need to address an untruth that is moving across this table numerous times now. My name is not Freedom Bear. That's the alias I came out with.
We all thought it was Miracle.
And there are a lot of people who always ask me if
Good
that's my
fake
name.
news.
That
Go
is
with
not
it.
a legal
Go with
name.
it.
But I needed to tell the truth there. You see how that's done? So the other thing I want to...
Ladies and gentlemen.
The other thing I want to address, though, is a couple things here. You spoke about hate, and I know we all kind of giggled a little bit there, but that's actually something I've been talking about since I campaigned in the municipal elections in the fall, that anti-racism and the hate speech and the phobic this, and that whole narrative, and trying to amend the International Human Rights Act so that we can see the prosecution of human rights violators when we were deemed the ones who were human rights violators. So I actually don't think that in any way that, and I know you were being cute there, but that isn't going to help us in any way getting our name out there, because this is how they will continue to censor us and prosecute us. So looking at social media, I have a friend who worked at Global, and she left Global because of what was going on there. She was actually trying to do an interview of me, and they wouldn't allow it. And so she actually moved to Brussels and is working in media there. And she went to a conference with 12 other countries, or so journalists from different countries, and the majority of them didn't know what was going on here when she talked about the convoy and what took place in Ottawa, which was shocking. But she said to me something quite interesting. She said, Serena, out of everybody that I've gone to school with in journalism who have tried to build a platform, you have far exceeded their reach and their platform. People are listening to your voice. You have people listening. And one of the things that we explored, I'm going to go back to the question that you had for Jeff there. One of the things that I'm exploring as a tactic is recognizing that we have been effectively muted to the rest of society because of the language we use. It's inflammatory. And so while we understand it, we don't need to be an echo chamber anymore. We need to be responsible with our voices, our language, the way we report and what we share. Because what we are sharing is reputable. We have the sources, we have the references, we have the experts. And so now we need to find the way to share it. And I have a short story. I was invited because of the Supreme Court granted the injunction to the government of BC for the mountain highway overpass over Highway 1 outside of Vancouver. And I was invited last week to come and report on this. And so I did, and I made it very clear that I was there not as a protester, but as alternative media. And I interviewed the police, and the very first interview I tried to obtain was actually the Minister of Transportation, who were quite rude and dismissive of me. However, as I continued there and asked questions about the injunction and wanted to know information, and I was respectful and my language was not inflammatory, I was pursuing the truth. And I was sharing the truth, and I was doing it respectfully. And I could see in that police officer's eyes as he was speaking to me, something was shifting in him. I could see that I was not meeting his stereotype of who he had been told we were and what we represented. And then as I walked away, the Minister of Transportation said, "Excuse me, I listened to your interview and I heard your questions, and I'd like to refer you to our media person for an interview." That's how you make a difference with your words. And not only that, yesterday I had the honor of being at my favorite coffee shop, my secret, not so secret, second office. And it's actually the same place where I ran into Jagmeet Singh the day after the NDPs had denied me access to their open house. It was Alistair McGregor and Jagmeet Singh. The very next day, I ran into Jagmeet Singh and had an opportunity to tell him my disappointment in him and his profiling of me and discrimination. Yesterday, I had the honor of running into Alistair McGregor, and he was having lunch with his father, and his father was not pleased that I politely interrupted their lunch. And so I seized that opportunity respectfully to solicit a meeting with his office to discuss so that I didn't need to interrupt his private time with his father. And he accepted. So I'm not going to go there as a disgruntled constituent. I'm going there because now I have the ear of one of our politicians, and I'm going to go there with some of the matters that are most pressing and need to be addressed respectfully with proper sources and resources. That's how you make a difference.
I think that's an excellent point, Serena, and I think that's what this panel represents, is the dialing it down so that we're talking about facts, we're trying to conduct journalism, two sides of the story, if there are two sides of the story, or if there are more sides of the story, and that's why we see success among those who are on this panel. The ones that are shouting and yelling and accusing or going off into areas that might feel like they need a little bit of verification are the ones that aren't helping the cause. So I want to just move toward wrapping it up, starting with you, Will. Everybody here got to this level of where you are in the last 3 years because of what happened. So now here we are, and we're looking back a little bit. We've got the Citizens Inquiry. We're trying to figure out how it happened, why it happened, how not to make it happen again. But we need this new media not to be a blip. We need it to be the new foundation of what media is. Where do you see it going from here? How can our audience help? How can we create a solution together to move this forward, to catapult it forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I want to start by briefly addressing your first question about, because it's relevant to your next one.
Feel free.
Of how do we reach those people who are in the middle? Because that's really the war, isn't it? I mean, you folks are all here because you already know the truth and you came to get more of it. But how do we get through to the people who, well, they kind of suspect something's not right, but they're programmed to watch the mainstream news, and so they keep getting bombarded with these lies. The question that I get an awful lot from people is, I mean, how big is your team, Will? Because your presentation is so professional. Well, our team is minuscule. Our team, when we started, was me, and it's not much bigger than that now. But there's a reason why I strive for that professionalism. Because when you look like someone and sound like someone that people should listen to, then they listen to you and they share your content. And you get people who are in the middle who start watching it and listening to it. We launched our YouTube channel about Christmas time. We have 6,000 subscribers on it already, and we haven't even been trying. We've just been posting stuff. So that's important, because where do we see this going? Well, I love Rodney's idea of a wire. Let's get all of these organizations, all these media organizations working together. Let's create a network of what the media is supposed to be. People who tell you the truth. For God's sakes, we're supposed to be the fifth estate. We're supposed to be the ones who keep an eye on the government and keep them honest. Not the ones who are being paid by them to be mouthpieces. And all of us up here are trying to do that. We're trying to hold these people accountable. And so, if we work together, if we are professional in our presentation, if we work our asses off to find and bring people the truth, if we moderate our language so that we are respectful and worth being listened to, we will gradually gain the respect of those who are uncertain. And in time, we will replace the state-sponsored media.
I think we're going to call it the Truth Wire, okay? So that's free for you, Derek. Serena, do you have thoughts on where we're going next? Where we're going to move forward from today? How our audience can help?
I wouldn't be being honest and truthful and authentic if I got up here and just fed you rainbows and twinkles. That's not who I am. I see that with what is happening with the legislation, that this is going to continue and they're going to continue to choke our voices. And so, as I said previously about the foundation, I think we have a beautiful sponsoring thought. I believe we've already built the foundation, and I know that we will need to continue to pivot and adjust. I can't say, I would be lying if I said that I knew what the answer is. I think collectively we are the answer. And we will just keep doing, we will just keep rising, we will just keep coming back. And we will adjust as we need to, because we are a determined, tenacious, ethical group of people.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have any thoughts about what we need? How can people help? What is going to be the next step?
See, my whole platform is my disgust with what has happened to an honorable profession to what it is now. And what I want to see done is to see our media outlets and the people that are reporting to be held accountable. It's not that easy to kind of break through. I mean, if you contact a reporter, they're probably just going to re-engage by calling you a name or something. If several people contact the editor might respond, but I don't think so much in today's day and age. Believe me, Rodney, I've been thinking about this a lot, and there's fewer trained journalists that are coming into the field now. They're not being trained by a mentor. They're not doing the gumshoe work of learning how to find stories. And all of the shortcuts that are being taken and the misrepresentation is all accepted. And as a public, we're not fazed by it anymore. We just accept it. I want to see our media accountable. And I guess if we all, like Serena said, collectively let our voice be heard, maybe that would start making a difference. But it is a bleak outlook in that regard. I'm very encouraged to see and hear what you guys have all said. And I truly am hoping that we will slowly but surely gain ground back so that there is some integrity that can return to what, like I say, used to be a noble profession. So I wish I could give you a better answer, Rodney.
No, that's fine. Derek, I want to leave it with you. We're getting close to our time, and God forbid we should end a little early. But in the end, if anyone else has something to say that I haven't asked, please just raise your hand. But I wanted to end it with Derek about your thoughts about what's next. What's the next? Well, I want to say the next 3 years because it's been 3 years, but I don't think we have 3 years. A friend of mine was the CEO of Microsoft Canada for 15 years, and he told me he watched Bill Gates invent a program he called Rolling Thunder. And Rolling Thunder, if you remember when Windows came out, dropped a banner down the CN Tower one day, so everybody had to pay attention. But the very next day, they drop one down the Eiffel Tower, and then they drop one down the Sydney Opera House, and then they drop one down the Space Needle, and then the next day, by the end of the week, it was down the Tower of London. And the whole world had to pay attention to this marketing campaign, and Bill Gates is in charge of this one too. So it keeps changing. We can't keep up. We can't pivot and formulate a response because there's another terrible thing coming down. So maybe it's the next 3 months. Maybe it's the next 6 months, but what's the next move? How do we build from what you and the other independent media have invented over the last 3 years?
I think the question builds well on, I think, what I was trying to overall communicate in my presentation. So the opening slide titled my presentation, Survival of the Fittest in Canadian Media. Economics in a free economy, economics is nature. The weak will die. The strong will survive and thrive and adapt. It's the same thing in economics and nature. They're the same thing. Free enterprise nature is not directed by a government. It happens naturally, just as nature happens. Survival of the fittest, evolution. They happen without us making it do that. But when governments get involved in an economy, or God forbid in the press, they're trying to play God. They're trying to push it in a particular direction. And if there is a God, he is welcome to do that. But my government is not. As counterintuitive as it might seem, I am bizarrely encouraged by how strongly the Canadian federal government is trying to put down the independent media and hold up the legacy and mainstream media, because that says to me that we're winning. They wouldn't need to do this if things were going their way. Those media, they're not dying, they're already dead. They've just been reanimated like Frankenstein. And they're kind of stumbling around, broke, bankrupt, morally and financially. And the government is trying to push them along because they need them to prop them up. But people have tuned them out. Every year, we see record declines in their readership, record declines in their viewership and their listenership. No matter what the government does trying to play God, it can't beat a force of nature. So, I'm not saying they're the dinosaurs and we're the asteroid, but I am saying at the very least, they're the candle and we're the light bulb. And you can subsidize the candle all you like, but there was no way to stop the light bulb conquering the candle. Thomas Edison, who claims to have invented the light bulb, he said, "We will make electricity so cheap that only the rich will buy candles. Well, we will make the media so good that only the government will pay for the old media." So, be optimistic. We're winning the fight, and the surest sign that we're winning it is that the government tries so damn hard to tip the scales against us. It's a matter of time, perseverance, and just being better at our jobs than they are.
Thank you. I think you make a key point about them trying to play God. And I think that there's a reason we're in a church right now. And it's because the churches, the smaller churches, the independent churches, are the ones whose congregations have been supporting this movement. And I hear it time and again. I hear it from people that I don't expect, who have seen things that I've said and been recorded as saying, "I saw you there. Keep doing it. You're doing a good job." And they're always the people who are churchgoers. And I'm going to give you all a little tip. Interview as many of their pastors as you can, because they'll all watch you. And then they will all share you. And then you will grow. The lowest hanging fruit is the one to be plucked right now. That will help speed. I strongly suggest you interview the pastor of this church. Why do you let the We Unify group meet here? Why did you let this group? And then there's a story. They'll all watch it. They'll all show their friends and their cousins, and then they'll see your media. Do what you can to try to reach that congregation, because they vote. Now, we have a few minutes left. Is there anything that you wanted to say? Well, I'll start with this side of the table, and then we'll go to Serena.
Yes, thank you, Rodney, because I do have something very important I want to tell you. Something that people are very, very concerned about are these censorship bills. The truth doesn't do any good if you can't get it. And so a lot of you are concerned that the government's going to shut us down, that you're not going to be able to access that information anymore. Well, before I was a freedom fighter, and I was a freedom fighter before I was an independent journalist, I was a web developer. And I like to say they pissed off the wrong guy. Because there are ways around that censorship. There are. There's already, on ironwillreport.com, a 9-part series on protecting your privacy. And I'm working on a series on getting around the censorship. And so please, go to ironwillreport.com, sign up, and you'll find out, because you'll get our email or get our newsletter, and you'll know when that series comes out. And we don't just do interview series. Every once in a while, I do a practical tutorial on how to do certain things, because I recognize not everybody is computer literate. But one of my former jobs, careers in my life, I was a technical writer. It was my job to explain complicated things in simple language that anyone could understand and follow. So I'm not just going to tell you that there are ways around the censorship, I'm going to show you how to get around the censorship.
Go to the Iron Will Report and learn how to get around the censorship. Serena.
Thank you, Will. I'm going to echo some of the other sentiments here tonight. A few of you mentioned this, and this is something I was saying yesterday as well. One of the biggest mistakes they made was that they squeezed us all so tight in every sector, from healthcare to education to media, our food security, all of it. And what it did was it brought us all together. It showed us our strength. It gave us our courage. It showed us how determined and tenacious we really are and what we have to bring forward. I'm honored to be sitting with some of you whom I have watched previously, and I know you come from a different background than I do with your media, and some of us are grassroots, but you can see it takes all walks, and I think what we're building is powerful and it's beautiful. I'm also sit on a council called CATS. It's a national council, CATCS. That's Community Accountability Transparency Councils. And it's a network that's being built in every municipality across Canada. And it's about holding your government accountable on a municipal, provincial, and federal level. Everywhere they push, we push back. And we are actively forming this. You can go to catcs.org. We have our first campaign out, which is called Stop Cancel Culture. And this is something that we are wanting others to come and take a look at and see how you can be a part of it. Now, I guess my final words are, remember that we need to be more than that which we call out, always. Which means we've always got to look at ourselves, weigh ourselves, and we've got to refine ourselves. We've got to do better each day and every time we come back. Which means when we see the power of cancel culture or censorship or, right now the human right violations and the hate crimes and the anti-hate and phobic this and anti-that, we can see the power of how that can be used to censor and shut down dialogue, discussion, and to be able to refute information. And so we need to be aware and conscious that we are not participating in that, in supporting any legislation that actively does that to others, because this is just as counterintuitive. That's what they do, is they manipulate us to think that these are the things that are going to protect us, serve us, and raise our voices. They do this to every sector of society, every group. And so we need to remember that in this movement and in our media, is that we don't become that which we call out.
Thank you. I think that's critical, absolutely critical. We've got about 2 minutes left. Did either of you have anything else you wanted to say, or we're going to donate the time to the washroom break?
You already told me I had the last word and then took it away from me.
That was a little trick, wasn't it? Us media people do that. My apologies, Derek. I think you just had it, though. It has been my tremendous honor to stand before these people who are doing that which I am envious of. They are speaking the truth to people on a daily basis and informing us of something that we can't find. And they're continuing to find a larger and larger audience, which begins tonight. Your assignment is every morning when you wake up and you go on the computer, hopefully you go outside and get some sunshine first. You first log on to all of them. You see what you like and you forward it to one person, thinking that they might learn something that day. And if that starts with the people in this room, it can only grow from there. Thank you very much. It's been a great, great first session. We've got another one. I'm going to hand you over to our taskmaster, Emmanuel Parenteau, who's going to talk about the very, very short break we're going to allow you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney, and thank you to our whole panel. One more round, guys. Now, in the interest of the following panel, you guys have 10 minutes. That means number 2, drinking, snacks. Don't go for a walk. Don't go do a yoga session down at the mall. 10 minutes. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Okay, very nice to meet you.
Truly like that. And it's funny because I followed you over and over, and it's like, I was going to say that. I was going to say that. So now I have to try to put your script in my head.
I've been doing this for a while, so I always like try to steal the good points as soon as I can.
I don't, then I can do it. Sound good? Touch base. It's great to meet you, brother. God bless you. Where do you live? I live in Chile. How far? I live here. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. You gonna be here this weekend? What's your full-time job? We just lost the weekend project, so that's all right. I think this program. I'm speaking tomorrow. I'll probably be done. Okay. Take it home if you want to read it. Where's Skip?
was meant to be. What would we do without you? You and me, we got this.
We're not living in right now, but we will be in right now. All right. Oh, don't think that. We're a young organization. We look more polished, we look bigger than we are. Yes, that's me, sometimes, yes. Sometimes I set up the interview, do the interview, edit the interview, and post the interview. Yeah.
Feeling good to go
Actually, yes, when I do in-person
good to go?
interviews, I set up the cameras for lights too.
Oh, well, you don't want to do that.
westerncanada.org. Give you a card for that, because it's in our newsletter. Right now, we're promoting it in our newsletter, so you can get it from there.
Yes, good. I can listen to you. Yeah, well, I will do that. I think I'm going to.
Yeah, I've been explaining to everybody right now, I lost the hat a couple of weeks ago.
But you took
Yes. Because there were people who wouldn't share my content because they thought the hat was weird. And so I reasoned, well, yeah, but here's the thing. But here's what I reasoned. Okay, I'm trying to spread the truth as far as I can. So the people who like my content, don't care about the hat or like the hat, will still share my content even if I don't have the hat. But the people who don't like the hat will now share my content because I'm not wearing it. You see? So it just made more sense to get rid of it. Right. One of the things that I'm trying to do is to take all that information and put it into those reports so that you don't have to visit all those other sites. Because we've got a new thing coming out on our website very soon, ironwarreport.com, and it is a searchable database of all of the counter-narrative news, not just from us, from everybody. We have a whole research team that's putting stuff in. We've added over 200 articles in the first 5 days of the system was up. Now it's not public yet, but it will be by the end of this coming week. And so then you can just go in there and you can search by keyword, you can search by category, and you can search by a date range. And all the counter-narrative news that's out there will pop up, and you can go, okay, I want to read that, and I want to read that. It's getting overwhelming. Yes. That's right.
And so I put stuff on the Facebook, and there's stuff on the I will say that
Yeah, some of the channels are backing up. What? How's it going? Good to see you. How are you?
anyway, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
You'll be around next 2 days.
I'm here for the next 2 days, yeah. We're here for the whole
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we spent 8 months there, but it was time to come back. When we did your special vote in the election, which we did, we voted up. I'm staying here for the today. That's what it's going to be. I think that's going to be the start of it. I think it's going to be dominant. Because she's already got, she's already got an ally in this discussion. So now you got
that potentially can only make it.
And what I've been telling people is some of it is when the rest of the country goes insane and is going to.
They're not going to stop.
Everybody can go to Alberta and prompt discussion and say, well, they're not doing this crazy shit and they're fine, so why aren't we doing what they're doing?
Well, it's already evident if we've overdose prices, right? You have BC that's off the charts, and you have Alberta that's actually able to turn it around.
And very soon it's going to be the crime thing as well, because Danielle just threw $2 million in a special task force to arrest the 4,600 repeat offenders out there with outstanding warrants and get them off the street because they hurt somebody. And so you're going to see them reflected in the crime rate too. Yeah.
Oh, what's going on?
You're Vlad, right?
Yes, sir.
I know I recognize that.
Yeah, for sure. I know where
I just want to say hi and good work you guys are doing.
It's a lot of work. If I
I know you get so much.
My audience reach is
Yeah, all real people.
right. I got a program. The audience, but it's a grassroots. Normally I would just tell you to start a new platform. So he's talking with the Facebook page. So many different things in that thing I have no access to. I need those things to get me that. Yeah, it's crazy.
But then you have to be careful. You have to be careful because if you ask the back-end Facebook team to help you, they might switch you off.
I should have tell everybody. Like, oh, I have this, I'm like, stop. Okay? You don't need to swear. You gotta remember, there's elders, there's children, everybody's watching your platform. I never address it. I like talking now.
The only time I've ever sworn is when I was quoting someone.
The only time I swore on my platform is when we were on the front line in Ottawa, and a good friend of mine, Candace, don't get me wrong, you deserve that one, like where that situation was, right? It was just absolutely crazy. Hey Ron, how's it going?
Good.
I haven't seen you since Olds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how much coverage do you have on your platform?
Like my audience reach is 25 to 30 million.
That caused a bit of a stir because I talked to the editor of the local paper. And he says, oh yeah, I went viral around the community. And people say, well, who are these people talking about this stuff? You know, what legitimacy do they have?
Well, it's like when people send me all this stuff and they're like, oh, share this. I'm like, no, I'm not sharing it. Like, you gotta do research. Everybody's yapping about Bill S233. Like, okay, oh, taking this, I'm like, read through the bill, I'm like, it doesn't state anything about the Canada Pension EPI, none of that stuff, but it leaves the door open. The door is wide open, but you can't spew stuff unless the facts are there. Do the research. The research is so important. And it's just, just gotta be spit out the truth and don't give up.
So you're speaking?
Nope.
All right, you guys, if you could take your seats, we are going to reconvene and
One-on-one interaction.
take the relay home.
You're talking, only half the audience is paying attention to you. But having a one-on-one, eye contact, that's just what you
Ready?
And I'm going to assume that the next speakers panel will take the front row seats. So if you're in the front row, I'm assuming you're up on the next panel. All right, you rebels out in the lobby. I know you don't like following orders, but get in here. That's the problem with the freedom movement. It's like herding cats, which is our strength and our weakness. Exactly. Don't tell me what to do. All right, well, session 2, and then we get to go home until tomorrow. Chris Scott, are you in the house? You are? Can you come up to the front, just so I can see you? The first speaker on our next panel is Christopher Scott. Chris is the owner of a small-town Alberta cafe that became a centerpiece for defiance against COVID-19 public health measures. Mr. Scott is the owner of the Whistle Stop Cafe, and he faced a total of 11 charges related to the Public Health Act. Our first activist on the activist panel, please help me welcome Christopher the Rebel Scott.
Well, I can tell that some folks here have had my burgers. Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. It's great to be in Victoria. As some of you may know, I actually spent my teenage years in Campbell River before I became an Albertan. So it's really nice to be back, and what a beautiful weekend to be here. So as usual, I didn't prepare anything for this. I was sent numerous emails and requests to let people know what I was going to talk about, what my speech was going to be. I didn't do any of that. I didn't write anything down. And as a matter of fact, I've given probably 6 speeches already from the drive from Campbell River to here. And I've forgotten them all. But if you've heard any of my other speeches, you'll also know that the speeches that I've forgotten that I was going to give are always earth-shattering, life-changing speeches, and they make everything better. The government topples, it's filled with freedom people. All of our laws are perfect for us, and everyone rides off into the sunset. Unfortunately, my memory's not that great, so I'm just going to wing it. So I'm supposed to talk about activism today. And I guess it's fitting because I've become somewhat of an activist. I never thought I'd be an activist. I never thought I'd be a cook. I never thought I'd be a waitress, but I've been a waitress lately. I never thought that I would wear a press pass as a kind of a self-proclaimed journalist either. But I've been thrown into this situation where my future was no longer determined. I was no longer allowed to chart my own path forward in life. The government basically said, you have to stop doing what you're doing, you have to stop earning a living because we say so. And I thought, well, gee, I thought the government was supposed to tell us or give us some evidence as to why they're doing this. It's supposed to be justified. This is a free country, is it not? I remember being on the playground in 3rd grade, asking if I could use a piece of playground equipment, and the child next to me says, "It's a free country, isn't it?" You remember that? Turns out we were wrong. It turns out there is something that we should be activists for, and that's our freedoms. Now I know there's going to be some people pounding their keyboards watching my live that I'm not actually allowed to be doing right now, and the sign in the foyer says so, but I'm doing it anyway because I'm a rebel. They're going to be pounding their keyboards and saying, "What freedoms have you lost? All you had to do was follow the rules. It's for your own good. It's for everyone's good." We lost a lot of freedoms, whether people believe it or not. And I am the last person that I thought will be up here talking about this, trying to bring awareness to the fact that we do not have the rights and freedoms that we're guaranteed under the Charter and the Constitution. We have them when the government says we do. And that's not freedom. If I'm only free when the government says I'm free, that's not freedom. That's the illusion of freedom. That's like being a fish in a fish tank and saying, "Oh, I'm so free, I can swim anywhere you want." You're not free. You're just conveniently given the illusion of freedom so that you continue to swim around pleasantly for your viewers. So I was thrown into this weird situation where by now 127,000 people watch my Facebook page, and at least, well, only half of them are watching to, see me fail and follow my face. The other half are watching and cheering me on from behind the screen. I think it's more than half. and I've become an activist. What am I an activist for? Is it so that I can earn a living? Probably not, because I didn't, oh hi Leighton. I didn't have to keep my restaurant going. I could have just closed the doors and gone back into the oil and gas sector. I made way more money and I love the work. Is it so I don't have to wear a mask? Because I didn't wear a mask. They told me to, but I just didn't. I did sometimes in the beginning. Why do I have to be an activist in this country where our forefathers fought and died for freedoms? Does anyone have an answer? It's kind of a rhetorical question, but I'll answer it for you. I have to be an activist because my entire adult life I failed in my duty to participate in democracy. And I'm not talking about, well, that's nothing to clap about. This is some serious shizzle that we got ourselves into with voter apathy and the such. We literally told each other we live in a free country. We have the charter, we have the Constitution. We don't have anything to worry about, and we neglected our duty to participate in democracy. I never went to one CA meeting in the province of Alberta. I voted a few times in my adult life, not thinking it's ever going to make a difference. But I didn't participate in democracy every day, which we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be there when our MLAs are hosting town halls and talking about policy and things they want to bring to the government. We're supposed to be there at our kids' schools when they're talking about what they're going to teach our kids. We're supposed to be there in our churches and any other organizations when they're talking about the direction they want to go, and we haven't been there. Some of us have, most of us haven't. And now we're in a position where, as my friend Roger Hodkinson says, the lunatics have taken over the asylum, and people like me have to become activists in order to try and change things. Well, I can tell you, one person is not going to change anything. One person being an activist and being a rebel isn't going to change anything. But what it does do is it sets an example for other people who feel the same way. How many people in this room, and I want you all to look around, how many people in this room thought that they were crazy and alone in their feelings that this was bonkers what the government was doing? Look around you. Most of us felt that way, and yet very few of us stood up and said anything about it. We just went along to get along, and we let them do it. Well, it's time to change that. It's time to become the leaders that we want to see. It's time to become the people that we want to look up to encourage us. We need to lead by example and show other people that, number one, they're not alone in their feelings that something's wrong, and number two, they're not alone in their desire to change things. I don't agree with everything everyone says believes in this room. Everybody doesn't agree with me. As a matter of fact, I'm quite controversial, I'm told. The town of Ponoka actually withdrew our rental on a community building because I'm so controversial. I couldn't speak at a meeting there. But my controversy, at the very least, has encouraged some people to stand up and do the same thing and get involved. At the very least, it's encouraged some people who hate me and wish me dead to watch my videos and laugh at them, all the while receiving the message I want to give. So it may seem at times like one person can't do anything, but you can do something. I'm a strong advocate for an organization in Alberta called the Alberta Prosperity Project. Now, some of you may have heard about that. I know the guy wearing that hat back there has, because it's an APP hat. And it might seem contrary to the idea of unity here, but in my humble, roughneck burger flipper waitress opinion, sometimes one person, or one province, or one city, or one municipality needs to stand up and say enough is enough, and set the example for the rest of the people around them so that they can also do the same thing. In our lives, we have, how many people here who have been I don't want to say scared. Yeah, let's say scared, because that's actually the right term. How many people have been scared to have conversations with even good friends or family members because you're worried that your opinions on the last 3 years will offend them? That's a tough one. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a public speaker. I'm not a wordsmith. And yet I've been put in this position where I have to approach conversations that make me extremely uncomfortable, like the one I'm having right now. Terrifies me to talk in front of people. I have to approach people and share these opinions with them that we've been told we don't talk about. We've been told, you don't talk about politics, you don't talk about religion, it's rude. The two things that are the most important things in our life and in our afterlife, we've been told it's rude to talk about. Politics affects every aspect of your life, from before you're born to after you're dead. Everything is politics or influenced by political decisions, and yet it's rude to talk about it. Religion affects everything, well, during your life and in your afterlife, in the eternity, and we're told it's rude to share our opinions because we might offend people. Well, I'm done worrying about offending people. I'm done. And, well, thank you for clapping, because I've offended a lot of people, believe me. I've offended a lot of people. I've offended people with my opinions on freedom and how the government should interact with people. I've offended people with my views on religion. I've offended people with my views on, I don't even want to say it because it's so offensive, clouds. I've offended people with my views on Confederation, of all things. And my view on that is, in Alberta, I want to see Alberta stand up and set the example for everybody, including British Columbia. I want to see Albertans set an example on how we can get the federal government to leave the provinces alone as the Constitution demands. And I don't make these decisions lightly. When this all started occurring, I realized very quickly that I had to start talking to some people who knew some stuff, because I knew very little. I've talked to and interviewed, believe it or not, a roughneck from Alberta, a waitress. I say waitress because why not? I've interviewed Dr. Paul Alexander, Mr. Leighton Gray, Dr. Peter McCullough, the Honorable Brian Peckford, Chris Barber, who are you going to hear from? I've interviewed some of the most brilliant minds on the planet about some of the things that I need to know to defend myself against the government. And that collective education that I've sought out for myself, I use that to make the decisions on what I need to do going forward and what I think we need to do going forward. So my activism isn't just some stomping my feet, oh, how dare the government open or close my restaurant. My activism is literally for my future, my kid's future, wherever he is, he's over there, and your futures and your kids' future, because that's literally what's on the line. This is not about a restaurant. It's not about a mask. It's not even about a disease or a vaccine. This is about us having the freedom to chart our own course forward as God intended for us. I can feel the big shepherd's hook coming, so I better wrap this up quick. So I'll just say, every single one of us, we have a duty to be activists in our own way, in some small way, whether it's subscribing to the Western Standard or Rebel News or one of those other excellent organizations, or helping somebody with some travel costs to go and do something important. We have a duty to be activists, because if we don't do it and we allow other people to do it for us, we can't complain about what our future looks like. And seeing how many people show up for these things and how many people will still watch and are interested in it, and knowing who's going to be here to speak to us, I have very high hopes for our future, but it's going to take a lot of work and maybe a little jail time. Trust me on that one. Thank you.
I love Albertans, don't you? We need more Alberta in BC, don't we? Our next speaker is Mr. Ron Vaillant in French. How do you like me to say it? Vaillant. It's better in French, let's be honest. Mr. Rob Vaillant is a lifelong Albertan who was a candidate for the 2021 federal election with the People's Party of Canada. He is also the host. What's that? And 2019. He's Northern BC. There you go. You can say that when you get up here. Stop interrupting me. He is also the host of a YouTube channel under his name, exposing the loss of our land rights through UNDRIP. Please help me welcome another stellar Albertan, Ron Vaillant.
Yeah, another Alberta boy. And first time I was able to see Chris Scott. We scrapped online a little bit, actually in regards to this very topic. But anyhow, so we know that there's some really big things happening, and we'll go on. I have to go on. Actually, my slide presentation's not up. Yeah, so what happened with Scott and I was I put out a video on the APP, actually with Dennis Moudry, and then the next, because I liked what they were doing. So then after that, I looked at an issue that the Alberta Prosperity Project actually had UNDRIP as part of a new constitution for Alberta. It had been enshrined in the constitution. So there, and I made a video on it, and I said, is the Alberta Prosperity Project a Trojan horse? And so the premise is that if Alberta became independent and we had UNDRIP as part of the constitution, then what would happen is that it'd be all for naught anyhow. So, click. I don't have a remote, so next slide. Okay, so we all know this story, right? You'll own nothing by 2030. And what we're going to talk about here, UNDRIP actually is going to help achieve that. It's really quite a dramatic thing. Click. Back in, because I was red-pilled in the 1980s. And actually, as far as being an activist, I remember I had finished a job and then they had a going away. And on the card, there, you know, people would write different things and whatnot. And one guy wrote, "Up the revolution." So way back in the 80s, I was on this topic of the globalist rise. And I was telling everyone, and so they saw me as a revolutionary back in the 80s. And I remember connecting the dots and watching things. And then in 1992, it was announced on the news that there's going to be a Earth Summit over in Rio de Janeiro. And it ended up being that Brian Mulroney was there, and he signed on to Canada onto UN Agenda 2030, or 21, sorry. And that is the UN's agenda for the 21st century. And then later on, Stephen Harper, click, he went ahead, well, he adopted Agenda 21, but he also adopted in 2015, in September 27th, Agenda 2030. And everyone's saying we got to go and vote for Pierre Poilievre. But what they have to understand is that Trudeau, the NDP, you know, and all these people are actually implementing UN Agenda 2030 that the Conservatives signed on to. And that's the problem that we're facing. So the issue that we have right now is UNDRIP. Click. How many people here have heard about UNDRIP? Okay, quite a few actually. Okay, so you know my talk. Okay, click. So actually when I ran in 2019, it was my campaign manager who told me about this. She said actually three things. The Y2Y corridor, how many people know about that? Okay, I can tell you real quick. It's the Yellowstone to Yukon corridor. And if you go from, let's say, it goes all the way up a big swath, most of BC's in that corridor. If you go from the Soyuz to the foothills of Calgary, Prince George, all the way to Dawson, that whole strip of land is to be a wildlife corridor. So that was one issue. The other issue was caribou recovery. Have you heard of that? Okay, I did some videos on there if you want to learn about it. I have a YouTube channel. Okay, and the other one was UNDRIP. And someone was very high up in the BC government and they had a gag order on it. Well, what happened actually in October, 3 days after the federal election, John Horgan and the crew, they went ahead and adopted UNDRIP for the province of BC. And so that's been going on. And then, okay, click. So that happened there, and then there was a throne speech in 2020, and they made one line in the throne speech, and it said that we are going to reintroduce UNDRIP. And I made an emergency video, it got good traction. People started working with me, and we started to work against it. And we were talking to the various different people who were involved there. And to show you why voting for the Conservatives is a waste of time, they had 2 Conservatives in the standing committee. You have the first reading, second reading, standing committee, final vote. Standing committee is where a lot more people get involved and talk about it. But 2 Conservatives were in there, Arnold Viersen from Alberta and Jamie Schmell from Ontario. And we had a Zoom meeting with both of them, a group of us. Mark Friesen, I invited him on this thing, and so there was a bunch of people. And I said to Arnold Viersen, I said, this is probably the most important bill in Canadian history. You know, like, I don't see you warning anyone. So what's up with that? And he says, some things are better left unsaid. That's what he said. We were so stunned, we didn't even ask why. But he was just being honest, because he would get his head chopped off, I think. And then the other one, Jamie Schmale, he says, it's a shame that no one knows about UNDRIP. And I says, you're the official opposition, how come you're not telling anyone? Oh, but we need help in telling people. Meanwhile, we've been busting our butts for 3 years, you know, just like a lot of us, not working really too much and trying to, you know, warn the people. And to this day, you know, Jamie Schmell hasn't warned anyone, neither has any Conservative MP, or any MP really at this, you know. So what is this thing about UNDRIP that's so big? Click. When I got the book UNDRIP, I read through it and said, yeah, okay. But then Article 26, it says the Indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources, that's an important one, to which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or used, otherwise used. So that is so huge that if they claim that they've used a territory or a resource, that they actually have a right to it. Now, UNDRIP is a document that, you know, the UN fabricated over 20 years with all the experts, you know. You've heard that over COVID, you know, the experts agree, telling you to, you know, sit down and shut up and don't use your common sense, right? Let the experts tell you what it's all about. But if you just actually read UNDRIP, it's not a big document, you'll see, and actually you have to base everything off Article 26, because all the other ones, you say, okay, sure, yeah, on the reserves they can do that or whatever, but Article 26 points out that it can actually be used everywhere. And so I had a hard time convincing people. Well, actually, when I first did my video in 2019, I thought I was risking my life because it's such a huge story, no one's talking about it, and no one wants to talk about it. When I did a live interview at Prince George Matters, they were trying to get me to shut up about it. But click. But this is one of the first pieces of real evidence, and it's the Campbell River Mirror, and basically it says that British Columbians are in for a big adjustment with Aboriginal title settlement, said the lawyer. That's because in the article right below, it says that most of the Crown land will be given to various Indian bands. And that's pretty much happened already. You know, you see these mills closing down in various different locations. Let's say Chetwynd, Alberta, where I ran up there in that northeastern BC. You know, have you bought some lumber lately? You almost need a mortgage to, you know, buy anything, right? So lumber is sky high, so why would a mill close saying that they can't make a go of it? You know, it's probably an old established mill anyhow. Well, the reason is because they would get their rights to go ahead and, you know, timber rights to go and cut down. But BC has given the Crown land over to the various Indian bands. And so if they say, no, we're not interested in that, well, then they shut. And this is actually part of the way that Agenda 2030 comes into play, where they basically, they're trying to kill the small communities and drive everyone into the larger ones. And so 400 people got laid off in Chetwynd. What's Chetwynd, 2,500 people? You know, it's a huge hit over there. Click. And then the other big bombshell of proof, actually, is I did a video on it, and we'll talk about that in a bit, but Vancouver has an UNDRIP strategy plan, and it came out in November. And in there, like I did the video, and I go through and I highlight all the different things that they're talking about. So the City Council has unanimously agreed that 3 Indian bands, the Tsawwatooth, I can't remember the names, but anyhow, so that they are the right and title holders of the land all under Vancouver. Can you imagine? That's easier for people to grasp if you just look at a little area like Vancouver and understand that the City Council has said that they are the, and so their whole UNDRIP strategy plan is going to be like revenue sharing with the 3 Indian bands, educating the police to be able to enforce UNDRIP, giving land back, you know, specifically because they have to have, you know, traditional hunting territories and access to the ocean. And it's just huge. And no one knows about it because no one's really warning anyone. So some other quick things here. UNDRIP Article 30. Click. Says that the military activities can't happen on the Indigenous land. And if you just read that, not in context with number 26, you'll say, yeah, of course, you know, you're not going to be flying jets and having tanks on reservations. But when you realize that basically all of Canada is being claimed through Bill C-15, because all Canadian law now has to be in alignment with UNDRIP. So everything is going on behind the scenes. No one's talking about it. Click. And then Article 46. Think about this, what this means. Nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as implying for any state, let's say Canada, people, group, or person any right to engage in any activity or to perform any act contrary to the Charter of the United Nations. So that's what we're under now. Is Brian Peckford here? Because, this is what the new paradigm is now. Click. So beware of the 2030 buzzwords. Smart, as in smart city, smart contracts, all that kind of stuff. Total surveillance. Sustainable is really unsustainable. They got all the bird choppers. Like when I was up in Tumbler Ridge and I was driving over to Dawson in the back way, I couldn't believe the bird choppers, just thousands of them. And that's going on. Strong, like Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Montreal. This was basically several years ago now. They became strong cities, UN strong cities. So those thugs that were there with unmarked, apparel, they were basically, they can be called in by the Ottawa City Council or Mayor, and they can come in and they can help Ottawa be a UN strong city. So that's what's going on there. Okay, so click. I have a YouTube channel under my name, Ron Valent, and click. If you want to learn more about this, we spoke in Olds, and that's about a month and a half ago. And also click. This is a video for, just look at Bombshell, Vancouver City has new owners, and click. And this is a very exclusive video that I snagged off of the standing committee. And actually, I just made a video, like you got videos and shorts. I just posted one today on Arnold Viersen, and you might want to check that out. And so basically, click. Really, we're under attack, we all know, and it's the politicians. So what we need to do is we need to educate them, like everyone go and educate them. And if they're not, complying, to put their feet to the fire. So we have to warn them about UN Agenda 2030. A lot of people don't know about that. And they need to push back or our freedoms will be lost. And this is really a do or die situation because Agenda 2030 is in full swing. And if the WEF, which is basically another front group for the United Nations, and all these boys behind the scenes, if they get their way, we're going to own nothing and be happy. And so, well, one other point here, as far as the solution goes, solution is to educate people. The solution is to educate the city councilors. If you want to contact me, if you go on my YouTube channel and go about, and then there's my email. It's actually savecanadappc@gmail. And you can contact me. I can send you a letter that you can send to your city council and mayor. I'd phone them too, saying I'm sending you an important thing. And also what I did is and this is the city and also the county and also the MLA, right, MPs. And you just let them know that this is very important, and you'll be surprised, because I thought, well, one councillor said to me, we're just running blind with UNDRIP. We don't know what to do. They want us to do land acknowledgements and stuff. And so she was very happy about that. In another county, which I contacted, two of the councillors said, thank you so much for letting us know. So yeah, so there it is. It's a bombshell story. No one's covering it. Oh, Derek Fildebrandt, are you here? Yeah, because I talked to Derek Fildebrandt, and I actually gave all the information on UNDRIP to one of his reporters, but I haven't seen anything on there. So I'm putting a challenge out to you, Derek Fildebrandt. I can send you my letter to the editor. It's only 500 words, and I'd like to see you publish it. And also, the story about Vancouver and UNDRIP is a monster. Okay.
Thank you, Ron. Moving right along, Kip Warner. Mr. Warner is the Executive Director for Canadian Society for the Advancement of Science in Public Policy. Wouldn't that be nice if the government followed the science? Which has currently filed, so his organization, the Canadian Society for the Advancement of Science in Public Policy, has currently filed a class action lawsuit against the provincial government of BC. Now that's worth an applause right there. Kip, it's your turn to shine. Come on up. He's carb loading.
Thank you, sir. Can you dim the lights so they can see the slides? There we go. That doesn't seem to be working. Okay, it's just delayed. Okay. Thank you everyone for hosting CSASP. I'm actually not here tonight to talk about the class action, but I'll be talking about that some more over the weekend. My name's Kip Warner, and I'm the Volunteer Executive Director. I'm sure most, if not all of you, are quite familiar with our work now, and after 2.5 years. but I will discuss more of it on Saturday and Sunday night. My formal background is in artificial intelligence from UBC's Department of Computer Science in '07. I've worked extensively in the software industry in different software problem domains from biotech, space science, AI, digital signal processing, industrial and social simulation, gaming, aerospace, and others. Tonight, I'm going to share with you some philosophical and practical knowledge that will help you to make more responsible decisions as you select technological solutions to assist you in your daily work as activists improving Canada. Let's start with free software. What is it and why you should care? I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to run through things fairly quickly. So a computer program is written in a language that looks like a kind of algebra. It is a sequence of steps to do something, like a recipe. If you have the recipe, you can always reproduce what it is intended to make. But you have only the cookies, it is much harder to work backwards and know the exact recipe, especially if someone puts something bad in the batch. Just as a house could be simply blueprints or an actual physical building, software too can either come as raw ingredients or as an actual program that can perform work on a computer. We call the former source code and the latter a binary. If you have the blueprints or source code, you can create the binary, but not the other way around. All the software you use on your various computing devices is distributed to you, usually exclusively in binary form. The source code, or how it actually works, is kept as a closely guarded secret by the software vendor that authored it. This is how things frequently are today, but this is not always the case. Can we lower the lights maybe a little bit in case it's difficult to see that? The free software movement began by a famous hacker named Richard Stallman, someone who probably no one in this room has heard of except me. He's 70 today, attended both Harvard and MIT. He is considered by many to be the Yoda or father of the free software movement. In my field, he's very well known, and I hope he will be to you too. A hacker is not someone who breaks into computers. That negative connotation is a meaning journalists in the entertainment industry incorrectly popularized in the 1980s. A hacker is simply someone who tries to solve a problem with playful cleverness, be it improvising with a new musical instrument or figuring out a creative way to fix something. As the famous story goes, back in 1980, Stallman was working with some other hackers at an AI lab at MIT. It was normal in those days that when universities, government, or large companies bought computers, all the software came with the source code. That is, there were no secrets kept from the users of how the software actually worked. That was normal then. Stallman and his colleagues periodically had issues with the printer in that lab. To remedy this, he provided various enhancements to the printer software to address jams and other problems. This was simple to do because the printer came with the blueprints or source code. One day the lab received a new laser printer, a Xerox 9700. So I don't know why it's showing not the correct slide. I think it's just slow. Whatever. So it received a new printer. At the time it was state of the art, but for the first time that printer software came in binary form only and no source code. This was a departure from how things had been done for decades. Enhancements Stallman had added to the software, to the previous printer software, like notifying users automatically when the paper jammed, could no longer be added to the new printer software because there was no source code available. After a few weeks, the fancy new printer started to create headaches with various problems. Stallman went to go and see if he could fix the problem in the new printer software, but was livid to learn the software was a black box. It was a complete mystery what the printer software was actually doing, and he had no way of fixing it. He felt powerless. Long story short, that frustration led to the creation of the free software movement. This political movement, which has attracted the lives of billions of people around the world and transforming economies and the way people use technology, began with this petty incident over a dysfunctional computer printer. Stallman, over the decades, developed an entire philosophy, essays, books, and a massive worldwide following. The movement and his ideas have been the subject of much academic and industry discussion for decades. All right, so what is free software all about? Let me start by saying what it is not. It is not about software that does not cost anything. That is, it is not free as in free beer. It is free as in free speech, something that matters greatly for activists. Free software is defined by 4 fundamental freedoms. Freedoms which, as users, you must always be mindful of in selecting software to solve your problems. In particular, as activists, if you are considering using a new software program on your handset, laptop, desktop, tablet, or other computing device, you should always ask yourself if these 4 fundamental freedoms are respected by the software vendor that authored it. In computer science, we start counting at 0. So Stallman, as an inside joke, began enumerating the 4 freedoms counting at 0. Also, like a constitution, each of these 4 contemplated freedoms I'm about to traverse could have entire books written on their social, legal, philosophical, and economic implications, so I will not canvass them now in any detail. In fact, those books have already been written. But the Constitution analogy is an important one because the free software movement's 4 fundamental freedoms are philosophically akin to a constitution. Like a series of articles, a system of values is captured intended to avert future catastrophes. Freedom 0 is the freedom to run the software wherever or whenever you like. That means you do not need anyone's permission to use it. Freedom 1 is the freedom to study the software. That implies you must have the blueprints to be able to look inside it or have somebody else look inside and verify that it is not doing anything naughty, like placing users under surveillance. Freedom 2 is the freedom to redistribute or share the software with your neighbor in its original form. Freedom 3 is the freedom to redistribute or share the software with your neighbor in modified form. That means if you added an enhancement, you must be permitted to share those changes with your neighbor. Non-free software is any software which does not respect at least one or more of the aforementioned. Most of the civil liberties issues people are concerned about these days with respect to technology is almost exclusively restricted to non-free software. This is because it is easier to make software do naughty things when users do not know what is in it, in the same way it is easier to harm someone with a cookie if they don't know the recipe called for rat poison. Free software is important. Stallman realized decades ago, well before the mass adoption of the internet and social media platforms, that as more and more of our photographs, our writings, our correspondence, our music, our memories, our social and political movements, and our cultural heritage become digital, the moral imperative to ensure that users remain in control of their own computing would become stronger. The idea is that if your life is dependent on a computer to do important things for you, and you are not in control of that computing, then it follows that you cannot be in control of your life. Users can sometimes be tricked into using non-free software without knowing that it is bad for them. When non-free software advertises useful and powerful features, users get duped into exchanging their freedoms for conveniences. This is a trick used in other places as well, but it is easier to do when people have less information. Just as our charter protects freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, opinion, and expression, media, peaceful assembly, and association as essential for a free and democratic society, since the Constitution Act of 1982, with the increasing role of digital technology in the internet age, free software must be added to the aforementioned list in order for a free society to remain free. Now that you know what free software is, let's talk about some of the free software solutions CSASP uses internally to solve practical everyday problems that meet all 4 criteria. Starting in the bottom left, that logo, we use Nextcloud extensively. This is similar to Google Drive, except we are fully in control of our own server, can host it on-premise anywhere we like. We store securely in an encrypted form all the various administrative records for our organization. Documents related to our litigation, calendars, contacts, and more. No one controls our server except us. For secure real-time communication, we use Signal for encrypted telephone and video calls. Signal from Open Whisper Systems respects the 4 freedoms. Edward Snowden, who hopefully you are all familiar with, the famous NSA subcontractor and PRISM whistleblower, strongly recommended you switch to Signal. Some of the astute among you probably noticed our FAQ advises not to use Telegram. We do not encourage it because some of its source code is kept secret, and so we do not know if users are under surveillance. For activists, this is a liability that could land you in jail, or worse, depending on the political climate in a given jurisdiction. For secure email, some of us use GPG to ensure that mail cannot be intercepted by third party and read or tampered with, even as it moves over insecure networks. Without using GPG, sending email is actually the same as sending a postcard. A sufficiently determined person can intercept the email and read it as if it were a postcard, without a sealed envelope and with its contents fully visible. And then in the top left, you can see another logo. That's for an operating system called Ubuntu, which is a community-developed replacement for operating systems like Microsoft Windows and Apple's OS X. It's what I'm using right now. It comes with a suite of free software applications for everything from desktop productivity to multimedia. It's made entirely by groups of volunteers around the world, like you. If you do not like Bill Gates, then you should do what I did in the early 2000s and divest entirely from Microsoft products. That includes other companies it likely has equity in, like Apple. Profits from the sale of Microsoft and Apple products were what bootstrapped Gates' other controversial extracurricular activities that gained worldwide attention over the last few years. Lastly, as citizens, you must insist that your government only uses free software. Non-free software is used to undermine democracies and civil liberties. Even governments become victims of it when all of its data related to public services are held hostage in proprietary formats to foreign tech giants. And that's all I got for you today. Thanks, everyone.
And by the way, after the panel, this last panel, if you have questions you don't get to ask during the Q&A, just the speakers will be sticking around to answer questions. And what Kip's showing here is going to be a huge part of the movement potentially the next 5 to 10 years, because bills like C11 will make alternative digital communications, banking, etc. vital. Okay, so keep that in mind. Moving right along. Our next speaker is Vladislav Sobolev. I'm sorry? Did I just mispronounce that? Okay. It's Ron again. He just keeps interrupting me. Mr. Sobolev is the founder of the Hugs Over Masks organization. He has been on a mission to awaken Canadians and others around the world to stand in our own power and protect the freedoms that far too many of us have taken for granted. Welcome, Vlad.
All right. Let's wake up, I guess, right? Let's give it up to Kip for an amazing presentation, and Ron and Chris as well. So, the panel is activists. We're obviously all activists, whether we want to admit to or not. And before I do my talk, I want to have a little bit of engagement with all you beautiful people. And it's great to be back in Victoria. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure and a privilege. And I don't take it lightly, I promise. Who would say here that you are free? If you can raise your hands if you think you are free, raise your hand. Just whatever, it doesn't matter. Just if you think you are free, raise your hand. And look around. Sort of, yeah. At whatever level you think you are free, just, okay? You can put it down. Now, do you rely on the government for your health care? And do you rely on the government for any subsidies you would receive personally, including child's benefits or anything else? If you rely on any of those things, raise your hand. And look around yourself. All right? So the reality is, unless we become 100%, and I mean 100, independent from the government, you're not free. And that's just the reality of it. You know, like it or not, that's it. So the point is if we truly want to be free from the government, from the power and influence of the government, everything that we do has to revolve around making government irrelevant in every single life that you have, in yourself and your family. Because again, you might be independent, right? But then your child is not, right? So the point is, that's what we need to focus for a long time. But you know, we did what we could in terms of education empowerment, and Hugs Over Masks started as Truth Education platform and community building platform. And I was blessed with so much support in this country and even actually in the United States and Australia. So many chapters opened up in the 3 months. And people definitely resonated with the message, hugs over masks, love over fear, facts over fear, and freedom is essential. Those were the 4 powerful messages that we coined literally in the first month. And I often say that people don't understand the power of little things. And it's actually the little things that makes the most significant impact once you know how much power they really have. And what I would say is hugs over masks. People were saying, why didn't you say not? Because people understood, like, we have to just, negate it, right? Like, just dismiss it. No. I'm not concerned or interested in negating something. My mission is to overpower and overtake and establish something different. And that's why it was hugs over masks since day one. And then why love over fear? Well, because love is the most powerful emotion that we have as humans, right? And again, I'm not interested to get rid of fear. You won't be able to, right? It always will be there, but if you equipped and you're skillful how you can manage it, then you can become unstoppable. And why facts over fear? Well, because we have the facts on our side. We have the truth on our side. And especially after the last 3 years, we know now that we're on the right side of the history. Who would say yes? Okay, let's do this again. Who would agree that we're on the right side of the history? Yes? All right. Remember, activists, right? We need that energy and we need that fire, because how else we're going to get anything done in this country, right? So be careful. I might have to do some body squats and push-ups very soon if I don't get more engagement and energy, right? I know it's late, but please, let's get some fire in this room, all right? So, and then freedom is essential. That was the 4th message that we're going with hugs over masks since day one. And if you don't know my story very, very quickly, I was born and raised in Soviet Union in 1980 in Kazakhstan. And Soviet Union collapsed in 91. If you don't know the history, that's okay, but you know now. So I was 11 years old. So I experienced the collapse of one of the biggest and greatest countries in the history of humanity at 11 years old. All right, no big deal, right? But before that happened, track back a little bit. At 8 years old, I still remember lining up outside of a store with food coupons. At 8 years old, by the way, at 8 years old, I was responsible for going and getting groceries in the store. Anyone has an 8 years old that would do that right now in Canada? I don't think so, right? But that's what I was doing at 8 years old, going to the store, getting groceries for my family, and I had food coupons in my pocket because the government told you how much food you're allowed to buy. It did not matter how much money you had. The government created fictitious deficit to create a rationing of the food, because that's how they suppressed you psychologically. Remember, the real war that we are in is an information war and psychological war. And unless we're very, very clear what we're up against and we have that awareness, and awareness is really the key word with everything that we do, because unless you're super clear what you're up against, you will never be able to create a real effective and practical solution to solve the problem that you're facing. That's why awareness is step 1 in anything that you do, because then you know what you're up against. But going back to what I was saying, the government created fictitious deficits to suppress the people. So I'm familiar with that. So when we had lines in 2020 to get into the store, I'm like, okay, this is a really good flashback for me. But going back to 91, when the Soviet Union collapsed, guess what happened? The Soviet ruble no longer became a real currency. So at 11 years old, I already went through the default, experience of the default as a family. Overnight, your currency became worthless. Worthless. You could burn it in the stove, nobody cared. But people came together, and for several months, people still continue using that as a means of exchange because they needed something. Others people used vodka, cigarettes, whatever. You had to figure it out. And then, again, Kazakhstan, it was one of the 15 republics. So in Kazakhstan, they created their own currency in 91 after the Soviet ruble called tenge. And then 2 years later, they defaulted that. So by 13 years old, I experienced collapse of one big country and 2 defaults of the currency. No big deal. Poland as well. You know, a lot of my, Polish brothers and sisters, Romanian and Czechoslovakian, like, again, Eastern Europeans, there's a reason why at the very beginning of 2020, when we started protesting, a few Canadians would come to me and is like, hey, Vlad, what's up with all the immigrants? Where's all the Canadians? Is it has to do with like intelligence or education? I'm like, no. It's called perspective. You either have it or you don't. And perspective, truly, you can only gain either through personal experience or if you really study the history. and you study other people's experiences, and you can really understand what people had to go through to overcome the obstacles and suffering and everything else. How much time do I have, by the way? 5 minutes? Okay, good to know. So that's a little bit of my background, but track back to where I'm at now. I came to this country as an international student in '99, and I came to this country for two things at 19 years old, for two things: freedom and opportunity. 24 years later, almost, if I had the same choice to make right now, I probably would not. And that's the reality of it. We have to be aware the deep pile of that we're facing, okay, keep it PG-13 or whatever it is. And the other common quote that I say, and actually one of the Ottawa journalists from CTV interviewed me on Canada Day last year in Ottawa. I was there. What a disgrace that was when they had metal detectors for kids. For kids, to get on a Parliament Hill, they had metal detectors and they were frisking the children to get on a Parliament Hill. What a total disgrace. But in any case, the reporter from CTV, Greg something, whatever, I told him this thing that I say often is that, and if you don't know, the reason why I went all in on this in 2020, I didn't have to. Nobody asked me to do this. I was very happy with my life coaching, health coaching career. I was going to the next level. I just finished working as a sales rep for the good construction company. You know, my credit cards was zero. I had some savings, and I was ready to launch my next career as a really big life coach. And then 2020 rolled around, and everything went upside down for myself and all of us, all of you beautiful people here. But the point is, nobody asked me to do this unless I had that call of duty, and I really appreciate Chris mentioning that, and that's something that I want you to understand. The reason why you're doing what you're doing for the last 3 years, or whenever you join the Freedom Movement, and welcome, by the way, to the Freedom family. Let's give it up for everybody in the Freedom family. It's because you had that call of duty. You knew you had to do something, anything. Do something to expose evil and make a difference in your environment, with your family, with your community, with your city, with your province, and with your country. But when I came to this country for freedom and opportunity, I was 19 years old, and now I'm blessed to have 3 beautiful children. And whatever it takes, I will ensure that they have a future. But going back to the Ottawa last year, I said to that reporter, and that went viral on Twitter, is that if I had a choice, hypothetical one, for my children to grow up in Canada right now or in Soviet Union when I was growing up, I actually would choose Soviet Union. And people always stunned by that because they don't understand the severity of the situation. Remember, awareness is a step one. We need to understand how deep in a hole we are. If you don't know, close to 40% of Canadians want communism. And and the younger population even bigger, and if you go a little bit, above, so how are you going to combat that when almost half of the country wants communism? I don't know, but we need to do something about it. But the point is, even Soviet Union wasn't that bad for me. I was not medically experimented to the extent the kids has been experimented the last 3 years. I wasn't masked. I was able to go get groceries 8 years old. My parents didn't have to worry about me. I could be on a bicycle, drinking from the hose. Again, you understand what I'm trying to say, right? And then the reality is right now, your kids and my kids are safer in Mexico than they are in Canadian cities. Think about that for a moment. How bad did we really get in this country? But I don't want to necessarily be all doom and gloom. The point is, we have the power, we're making a shift. We're making a shift in terms of how many people are on our side, because we want to write sort of a history. What you did, especially if you were saying what you were saying from the beginning, you build credibility now. This is the time where we go next level. If people want to rest and take a break and vacation, this is not the time to do it. This is the time to go all in on all cylinders, put the next gear, talk to more people that you did in the last 3 years, like never before. Because the time is now to get people awakened to the truth and understand the reality that we're up against. True evil. True evil. It's obvious. The genocide of massive proportions. I was saying in April of 2020, what's happening right now is genocide of our elderly. The worst thing you can do is solitary confinement. We don't even do that in prison for too long, but we did that to our elderly. Horrific experiences that people had to go through. But what you did now is you can speak from that place of, I told you, I didn't want to be right about anything, but now that you know I was right about it all, why don't you listen to me now? So go and talk in your communities, go to your talk for your family members. A lot of people apologized to me, bashing me 3 years ago. That's okay, I accept it. But the ones that didn't, they still know what's going on. So go and talk to people. But on a condensation of the solutions, and I'll finish with that very quickly. Going back to what I was saying from the beginning, if you're not independent from the government in terms of your health and in terms of your wealth, you need to work on that every single day. Every single day you need to move forward towards becoming independent in terms of your health. How do you become independent in terms of your health? You get healthier. You get off your medications. You start working out. You start eating healthy food. If you subscribe to the notion of carnivore, you eat all the meat. If you subscribe to the notion of vegan, do that. Whatever works for you, work. As a health coach, there's a lot of different options. It's not one solution for everybody. You know what's working for you. If not, change it up. And in terms of the wealth, you need to create income. You need to create alternative sources of income for yourself, so then you don't rely on the government with a job so you can comply and obedient. And ultimately, it's the people in mass that become independent from the government. That's how we can make Canada free again. I don't see much other way unless we as individuals, we become so independent that the government is not even in our minds. Because right now they occupy a lot of space in our mind, and it's not even rent-free. You're literally paying for your own enslavement. Think of the craziness that we're up against. We are paying for our own enslavement. And it's only up to us to stop it, and we have all the power. All right? I'm here for the whole weekend. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to be with you all. Like I said, whatever it takes is the attitude we all have to take. And only by coming together and doing this work of independence in terms of your health and in terms of your wealth, we can make a change. I love you guys. Stay healthy, everybody. Last thing I forgot to say, whether you like it or not, you're a man and a woman of influence. Every single day you leave your house, and even before you do, you're influencing people around you. So be mindful how you influence people. That's why I'm a walking billboard. Why not? Red haired, make Canada free again. People always take a second look, and they're confused, and I see their mind because they expect something else. I go in Toronto and Vancouver, people almost jump away from me, but I don't care. I like to make them think, make people think.
I think just listening to that, we burnt 200 calories apiece with that high energy. You know what's funny is all my Eastern European patients, when this all started in 2020, were the first to clue in. And they'd come up to me and be like, oh, Dr. Parenteau, this is not good what's going on. So because of perspective, thank you, Vlad. I want you guys to react honestly in any way you want to one statement I'm about to make. Canadian Trucker Convoy. That's what I thought. Now, the following, Rodney's going to come up and interview the following guest who's going to anchor the speakers tonight before the panel. And we're about to show a video intro of him in just a second. Chris Barber is a Canadian trucking company operator and an activist who co-led the Canadian Convoy protest. He felt compelled to stand up against mandates that force Canadians to be vaccinated against their will or to lose their livelihoods. Let's watch the video.
Gonna go to Ottawa, Jonathan?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Is it time to make history?
Yeah. Need a change.
Don't we need a change?
Big change in this world.
We're going to Ottawa on the 23rd.
Freedom Corp is the entity of Freedom Convoy, the group that went to Ottawa in 2022 to basically handle the mandates, or at least have the government start a dialogue with the government, removing these mandates and start standing up for some of the Canadian freedoms that have been trampled on the last 2 years, 3 years going on now. We're dealing with a lot of stuff right now within legal mumbo jumbo. There is lawsuits against us, against Freedom Corp, against a lot of the key players inside Freedom Corp. So working our way through the justice system as we go now. Some of the leaders, including Ms. Tamara Lich and myself, have charges against us and are facing trial in September. So with all the stuff that's been going on in the last 12 months or so, we've been working diligently forward and trying to come up with a path that's clear, and I think we're getting extremely close to launching some pretty exciting things. We've been up and down. I've made it 47 years of my life without ever having a set of handcuffs on my hands. And that changed 12 months ago when I was arrested in Ottawa for peacefully protesting. I stand behind that. Everything behind it was peaceful, and anything that was gained out of Ottawa was positive, especially for somebody like me. I commonly say that nobody grew more in the last 12 months than myself personally. I can stand behind that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Barber.
I'm not Chris Barber yet. Before we introduce Chris, I wanted to tell you, I get to interview Chris here in front of you, and it's my great honor. When I'm watching that, I'm brought to tears, and that's the camera work of the great filmmaker Benjamin Hub, who I got the pleasure to work with. After 20 years of not being a journalist, I got called by the Canadian COVID Care Alliance, get down there, get a camera, help this guy, he's making a film, and I said, okay. And I got to meet Ben, and I got to meet Tamara, and I got to meet BJ Dichter, and I got to meet a lot of people. The one guy I didn't get to meet was Chris Barber. So I get to meet him today, and I get to interview him in front of you all. And I'm just gonna make a little space here for it, because it is a little dream come true for me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chris Barber. I'm going to turn this microphone around, and then I'm going to, you got one, good. So
Yep.
Okay. So,
Thank you, everyone.
a while since I handled a microphone. There we go. So, what do you think when you see that, when you see those pictures?
Emotional, 100% emotional. That was something that happened. You know, I tell everybody too, I wish, if I had known now what I knew then, a GoPro camera on the mirror of the truck to capture what we seen, Tamara and I, out the windshield of that truck for 3,000 kilometers. It was mind-blowing.
I think it's the greatest thing that's ever happened in this country. And it was great because of the moment that it happened, and we had no hope. And all of a sudden we had hope. And I think that was the greatest thing that it brought to all of Canada. I do think we have to do a little bit of housekeeping at the beginning, because Chris was under arrest. Chris spent a little bit of time in jail, nothing compared to Tamara. But he's released on an undertaking, and we have to talk about that now, because there can be no suggestion in this room that we break that undertaking while he's on the stage. So can you describe the things we are not allowed to do or talk about?
So basically, if I was to drive east right now, nobody could follow me. I'm not allowed to have a convoy again, per se, or I'm not allowed to take part in a protest. So Tamara and I are both charged with, myself, I was handed the 7th indictable offense here about a month and a half ago when we were out in Ontario doing.
They charged you again a month and a half ago?
A month and a half ago, yes. So
with what?
Going against a court order. So right now we're facing mischief, which is usually a summary offense. Now we're charged as an indictable offense, which means jail time, of course. There's mischief, there's counseling to commit mischief, there is intimidation of a peace officer. I worked with police officers for 3 weeks straight. Daily, on the street, face to face. There was never any intimidation, so I'm not sure where they're getting that from. Going against a court order, I believe there's 2 charges on going against a court order as well as counseling to commit. So trial's scheduled for September 5th of this year in Ottawa. They just released the dates here a little while ago. It'll be a 4-week trial for three days per week for 4 weeks, ranging from the beginning of September to the middle of October with a 2-week break in there.
Mischief is what they charge graffiti artists with, I believe, right? Yeah. So we shouldn't talk too much about that because we don't want to be seen to be disparaging the court
100%.
Or to be abusing the process. So let's talk about activism, why we're here tonight. What was the moment for you that you changed from being a business owner, a truck driver, a truck company operator, to being an activist? Think about that moment. Tell us.
That would have been a conversation I had with Miss Bridget Belton on social media. January 15th, as everybody knows, the cross-border mandates became a law for unvaccinated truck drivers to cross the international border. That affected my life. I felt the pressure of that going forward, and I gave to the pressure, and I got vaccinated. I'm fully vaccinated with the card. But a lot of the people that I work with in this industry didn't want to go that far. We lost a tremendous amount of good quality drivers in this industry, a lot of which retired. A majority of them then stuck to just Canada. So for the last year the mandates have been still in place, they were still in place under the Biden administration. It made it difficult. We were short drivers, and it's really hurt the last while. The mandates have since been lifted. We're back to normal per se, but those drivers that retired or shut down aren't coming back. We've lost that quality of driver now in the industry. That was when I decided to put a voice to it, I guess. I've always been that guy that's yelled at the steering wheel, yelled at the windshield, didn't like the direction of my country under this administration or even the previous ones. You've been watching it slowly descend where I didn't feel comfortable with it. And I'm a staunch conservative. I've always voted conservative, but this country isn't what it was, when at a time I remember earlier.
Well, this country owes you a great debt of gratitude. There's no doubt about it. And the few people that started it, you did.
I appreciate it.
When did you start to feel that this was bigger than you?
The views, I know on my social media, they went, I had a following, probably 20, 30,000 people earlier on before this happened, to then growing, 20,000 a day. It was up towards of, I think I'm at just under 200,000 followers now on TikTok. Changes your perspective a little bit. The moment that it hit me probably was leaving Medicine Hat. On the morning of the 24th, we drove from my hometown of Swift Current to Red Cliff, Alberta, where Miss Litch lives. We picked her up in that, and we met the West Convoy, the Vancouver Convoy. And leaving Medicine Hat that day, the people standing on the side of the road, the police in Medicine Hat had traffic control at every intersection, so people were safe crossing that. And
so the police were cooperating?
They were, yeah. We had complete police cooperation the entire distance. OPP, Ontario Provincial Police, met us at the Ontario border and escorted us all the way across Ontario. I was in constant communication, like I said.
It's interesting because I was taking the film that I was doing for Ben, and I was realizing that I was getting such great comments from the truckers, especially after the comments from Trudeau and Singh that this was white supremacists and racists. and I started knocking on truck doors, and I couldn't find a white guy. It took knocking, and the Jamaican accents, do me look like a white supremacist, and so I was taking these on my phone in addition, and I brought them down to the convoy headquarters, and there was Danny Bulford, who had been Trudeau's personal security 4 weeks before, and he was on the phone with Ottawa Police talking like they were buddies. Look, we're trying to move some trucks out of the way. We're trying to get them to stop honking. We're going to get some porta potties. There was an organizational cooperation between your convoy and the police from the very beginning. I witnessed it. How did that happen?
Everything was organic. Everything was grassroots. Everything was organic. Police were reaching out to us to say, safety was the utmost concern. And we had daily morning safety meetings with the trucks in the parking lots. We expressed that the entire way out. There was communication, there was rules, there was a code of ethics that you had to follow. We didn't want troublemakers, we didn't want violence, and we stated that right from day one. And so working with the police was a vital thing that needed to be done right from the start. And OPS, Ottawa City Police, constant communication with them. We had daily briefings with them on the people that we didn't have daily briefings with, or even a conversation was, our sitting Prime Minister, who we wanted an ear to at least listen to some concerns. We got name calling. We got the media was used as the propaganda wing against us and vilified us, demonized us, whatever they could do to try and turn that narrative.
When did you feel that you had something so big in Ottawa? I mean, it started with a couple of people running the thing. Did it get out of your control at any point, or get out of Tamara's control?
It didn't. It did. I always said anybody that showed up in Ottawa had a purpose or had a job. Anybody that came in the door and said, "How can I help?" It may have been something of collecting paper for the printers, or going and get power cords for phones or batteries. Anybody that showed up, and you speak about Danny Bulford, that's probably one of the most salt of the earth kind of guys that I probably met during this whole movement.
He's presenting tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, I was nervous there. I've got conditions against Danny Bulford. I'm not allowed to be in his presence. So when
he'll be virtual.
I messaged the lawyers and said, Danny's going to be here, and then I seen in visual there. So
I would maybe step out of the room while he's doing his presentation. It could be a good idea.
Well, I probably have to, yeah. So it's been really tricky the last 17 months, making sure, Tamara and I have been at a couple events here in the last little while where we have to make sure we have lawyers. So Keith Wilson, Eva Chipiak are our main civil lawyers. They follow us around. We commonly refer to them as the world's most expensive babysitters. That's quite comical. We've made so many good friends in 17 months. It's amazing.
But there's a massive disruption in your personal life. You're criminally charged for the first time in your life. You're not a criminal. You've never acted like a criminal. You're a responsible parent, businessman, member of your community. Do you have regrets?
I don't. No. I was at an event in Salmon Arm last night, and a lady got up and read a letter. And I've seen this letter many times before. It's a sentiment that we've seen across the country. And it was a story of suicide. She was going to take her own life. And then those trucks fired up. And she got hope again. And she read that letter last night. It gets you. It gets you right there. So no, it was, we saved a bunch of lives, and we brought hope to a bunch of people. So as far as I'm concerned.
How are you handling being a hero?
I don't handle it well. I'm just a farm boy from Saskatchewan that had enough, I guess. And I still consider myself that. I'm not a public speaker. I don't think I do well up here. People say that I'm fairly decent on a microphone, but I'm Chris Scott, same thing, nervous as hell.
Chris Scott? Are you nervous? Always. You channel it well. What do you have to say to people who have come here to learn about activism from somebody who was never really an activist? Became the greatest one we have.
I'd probably be the prime example of somebody that, like you said, how many people out there are mad, listen to the news every day, and you're angry, and you're yelling at the steering wheel, or you're yelling at your coffee cup, and then a time in your life comes around where you can you actually make a difference. You know, I turned something that, like I said in the video there, that I don't think anybody grew more than what I did in the last 17 months, probably mentally, spiritually. It's yeah.
Well, there's no doubt that you changed Canada's direction, that you and Tamara and the small group that started that had such an impact because the mandates started to drop afterwards, despite that they wouldn't give you credit. They couldn't give you credit because they fear anarchy. But there's no doubt that that small thing, that decision you made in that moment changed the direction that we were going from darkness to light. I thank you personally for it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, the reason when you said this in the opening there, that you didn't get the chance to interview me, I blew Ben off for the movie Unacceptable.
I tried. I couldn't. Yeah.
He tried to reach me in Ottawa. He tried to reach me after Ottawa. I went home in the truck kind of, and the lawyers kind of told me to be quiet. And so I did that. So when I was reached out for interviews for this documentary. But watching the movie Unacceptable, I think the good part about it is you get to meet other faces of the movement, like Bern Buchert. Tamara's in there. A lot of the key players, like Jabba, the Romanian trucker. You listen to his story. It's amazing.
That film is a phenomenal thing if you haven't seen it. It is one of the most emotional things you'll ever watch as a Canadian, and I think it goes beyond Canada because I think the world looked to Canada. And I think this goes back, you know, generations. In the First World War, when the Canadians went to fight, they put them in their communities, so they fought like a town together. And the Canadians were the ones that were credited for winning the big battles of the First World War. We showed them. And I think what you did showed the world. Enough is enough. It can be peaceful. It won't be quiet, but it was peaceful. And it was just us saying, here we are. We're all here for the same reasons. And I think that there was a point made, and I think it was Chris Scott who made this, and it really resonated with me, is that we don't all have to agree on everything, but we agree on this. So on this, we are united. And this, we are Canada. And I think that's what that whole convoy meant to us all. Enough is enough. Thank you again for it.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to move into our panel discussion now.
Thank you.
So we're gonna talk a little bit more. We are going late, so we'll make the panel discussion brief, and we'll have some Q&As. I do want to also mention that in addition to the speakers we had, we're going to meet Mr. Leighton Gray, the lawyer, and I'm reading off the website because his resume is too long. I can't lift it. He's a constitutional litigator, a senior partner with the firm Gray, Woolk, Spencer. He's conducted hundreds of trials before Alberta courts. He's considered one of Alberta's top criminal trial lawyers. He's the host of the Grey Matter podcast, which you may know him for more. I met him today, and he is a powerful, powerful human being. He emanates love and acceptance and authority, and it is our great honor to have him join this panel tonight. So, Leighton, come up. And other speakers, please also come back to the podium. I don't need the podium. That's okay. I'll stand here. Thank you all for coming. So we're going to try to do a bit of an abbreviated panel here because I really want to talk about activism and the inspiration for activism. And I'm going to start with Leighton Gray because we had a discussion earlier and he came with some very strong ideas. So the activist movement for the truckers convoy, no one imagined that it was going to be what it became or how long it became or that it would end the way it did. But it became that because people just went and did something. So that got done, and that's behind us, and that's with us, and we hold that, and the film is a reminder, but the moment is all there with us. But Leighton has some amazing ideas about how we can start to organize things, how we can start to plan, to move activism into a more solid movement going forward.
Thanks. First of all, it's great to be here. I really enjoyed listening to the other panelists. On the subject of activism, there's a man who you might have heard of. If you haven't, you really should check him out. I think one of the most brilliant scholars in the world. His name is Dr. Thomas Sowell, and he's at Stanford in the United States. He's part of the Hoover Institute. And he said something funny about activists. He says they're basically useless people that rarely do any good for the people they're supposed to help, in fact, end up hurting them. I think one of the best examples of this is going to be Black Lives Matters, which now means, I think, big luxury mansions, right, Chris? But, you know, the thing about activism is the other guys on the left do this a lot better than us. And this is something, a good starting point. You know, we think of Marxists, you know, workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to win. It's like, whoa, you know. And then, you know, on our side, we say, well, no new taxes. It doesn't really have the same, it doesn't really resonate the same way. And you'll listen to Chris Barber, and watching that, well, we started to get a really powerful slogan. Freedom, freedom, right? And if that's one of the keys, that the way we use language, as some of the panelists were talking about earlier, is really, really key. So that's a good starting point. The root of activism, of course, is to act, right? And what we're seeing now, if you've been following the news, is you know, before we can act, we've got to have good ideas. Vlad was talking about that. You got to know where you're going. And I'm from Alberta, as is Chris. And some of the things that are happening in Alberta, like the Alberta Prosperity Project, I think are applicable here and useful. One example is, I don't know if any of you saw this, recently the mayor of Calgary decided that she was just going to cancel Canada Day celebrations. Right. Well, the good people of Calgary started a petition, and it grew very quickly. 10,000 names. And while their mayor was off in Toronto talking to God knows whom, the rest of the city council got together and they brought back Canada Day. And you might have noticed also that, and of course these things happen in threes and they seem to be all by design because they are. When Calgary got rid of the fireworks, so did Toronto and then Vancouver. Well, Toronto followed suit. They brought back Canada Day. So we're waiting on Vancouver. But that shows you the power, the act in activism. And this is what we've seen a lot of in Alberta. And more particularly, I was talking earlier about the Take Back Alberta, which is a huge thing that, and as an example of the kind of activism. So what happened with Take Back Alberta is we had a premier named Kenny, right? And he hired somebody named Himshaw that we helped to get fired, right? By the way, you have her now. Yes, she's your problem now. I cross-examined her for 4 days. That was fun. Yeah, anyway, I won't say what I think of her. She knows. But the thing about Take Back Alberta, before I pass on the mic, Take Back Alberta was a group of people who wanted to get rid of Jason Kenney. And they went to the top 3 or 4 most generous donors, conservative donors in Alberta, raised a lot of money very quickly, got rid of Jason Kenney, gone, boom. And now, our adjacent to our new premier helped her rise to leadership. And God willing, we're going to get a UCP government on May 29th. And you know, just to give you the idea of the power of Take Back Alberta, Dr. Jordan Peterson, who wouldn't it be great if he were here, has to be the greatest public intellectual in the world right now, right in our country. And the least celebrated Canadian, I must say, for what he does. No offense, Chris Barber. But, you know, Take Back Alberta. Jordan Peterson was coming to Alberta to speak in Edmonton and Calgary. Take Back Alberta, within a few days, went to a donor in Red Deer, raised Jordan Peterson's unholy speaking fee. By the way, he's worth it. I went to the show. But that they raised in a few days and got Jordan Peterson to come to do another show in Red Deer. And the proceeds of that went to Take Back Alberta and the UCP government. So what I'm saying to you, and what I'd say to people here in British Columbia, is this can be done. But the root of activism is really important. We must act. You've got to take action. You've got to get going. But Take Back Alberta is one example of what can be done, or reviving Canada Day when the politicians try to cancel it. These things can be done, but it takes action. I think that's really important.
Thanks very much, Leighton. I want to prompt Chris a little bit here, because you said a couple of things that really resonated with me. One was, I'm done worrying about offending people. You became an activist simply by doing what you do, right? Just simply by there was a movie in the 90s called the Milagro Beanfield War, if anybody heard of that. And the guy's act of defiance was to water his field because the water was under control. You basically just opened up your kept running your place. But the other thing that really resonated with me was the phrase, defend myself against the government. And I think that this needs to be instilled in Canadians to some degree, that our Eastern European friends understand it from birth. Well, how do you think that we could get this phrase further out into people? That people understand that the government is no longer on their side. This notion of it being our babysitter is gone.
Well, before I speak on that, it just occurred to me that at times, activism can be a simple, everyday thing that you normally do. Watering your grass, serving somebody a hamburger, pouring a coffee, or maybe making salt. I mean, does anybody know somebody who made salt in an act of defiance? I do. He's one of my heroes. It was Gandhi, by the way.
I know somebody who had a restaurant, and he set it up as a drive-in in the middle of COVID. I don't know, but that's something you could do, right?
Yeah, so my point is that activism isn't always some grand scheme like climbing a clock tower, and becoming the federal minister of the environment and climate change. And I don't know if that was a Freudian slip. I apologize, but I'm glad you got a chuckle out of it. Whew, this is live too.
Hot seat.
Yeah, it's after hours. So, on to the next thing. Thank goodness there's a next thing. The phrase defend yourself against the government is something that Canadians they don't understand for the most part. I certainly didn't understand, because I was brought up to believe that the government did things to our benefit. It actually says right in the Constitution that the government, our legislators, are to make law to benefit us. Right, Leighton? Yeah, it says that. He's a lawyer, he knows. So I thought, well, if the politicians and the government are making laws to our benefit, why would I have to defend myself against them? That's something that they have to do in other countries across the ocean. Canada's very young. We're 150 years old and change. I just went to Europe, and I was in a place that's 1,000 years old. And they've experienced these things before. They've had to defend themselves against the government. And in Canada, we have no idea. We haven't really had to do it. Pardon me. There are groups within our country that have certainly had to defend themselves against the government. I don't want to take anything away from that. But what I mean to say is the majority of Canadians haven't a clue. So if people would bother to pay attention to history, they would know that no matter what kind of government you have or how free you believe you are, you always have to be prepared to defend yourself against the government. And that's one of the things that we try and do with the Alberta Prosperity Project, for instance, which could be considered an activist group, it's an educational group, is we're trying to educate people as to the necessity of these activist acts, the necessity of preparing yourself or knowing how to defend against the government, because at one time it's going to happen.
But again, it's one of those things that you say it to a lot of people and immediately they're offended because their view of Canada, their view of this country is that it's the freest place on earth and it will always be that way. But that in itself is the reason why we're in danger right now.
Thank you. You mentioned the salt, making salt. I was in a meeting with Preston Manning, and he said, you know, after 200 years of occupation, British occupation in India, it was when they taxed the salt that they stood up. And I lived in India, working for CTV News for 3.5 years, and you can't sit down at a restaurant without somebody asking, which of your drinks do you want salt in? You've ordered a soda, do you want salt in it? You've ordered a yogurt drink, a lassi, do you want salt in it? Because you sweat all day long in that country most months, and salt is required for survival, and when they taxed it, they said no. And then Mr. Manning said, we need a salt tax. And there was another very wise man in the room said, vaccinating babies. That's the punch in the gut. And if we can say no to that, then maybe we can say no to vaccinating 12-year-olds and maybe no to vaccinating our grandmothers. And when we can start to think about it, we need to engage that thought process. And I wonder, Ron, I'm going to go you next on this. Can you think of something that can really get people, something that can waken them up, something in that movable middle, and turn the general public into what Chris says is an activist? Just do and be, and everyone be the activist. Is there something that we can get at that's going to light them up?
Well, okay, before we get on to that, one thing I wanted to say, I didn't want to interrupt actually when the interview was going on. I interrupted a couple other times. But really the convoy happened, it seemed like it just kind of popped out of nowhere, but really it was built on the convoy of 2019. Who knows about that convoy? It was the oil and gas convoy, and it started in Red Deer, and Glenn Carr was heavily involved in that. I was there actually filming it, minus 30, it's on my YouTube channel, and they went across Canada. The Trudeau Liberal government didn't listen to them whatsoever. They didn't even come out, and I knew that was going to happen in the second convoy, that they're just going to ignore it. But like the first convoy, I mean, it got a lot of people, you know, realizing what's going on and backing it. And then when it happened the second time, it was on steroids, right? And that's actually by doing some sort of activation of that sort, then other people will start to see what's going on. And that would be answer to the question, is that by people stepping into the ring, then other people can see what, you know, hey, there's something going on here. And that's the reason why I ran for the PPC twice. You know, it was a Hail Mary long shot, I knew, but I still committed myself to it. And I was able to get out, you know, in northern BC, 20,000 flyers talking about UN Agenda 2030. You know, as Bob Zimmer warned, how your life is going to radically change. And then we had our debates, and I was able to bring up UNDRIP and these various different things. And so, so for each of us to be active, and I see a lot of you guys are activists already. I look at your vehicles out there. You know, it's funny.
That's how we know where to go. That's how we know whether we're in the right place.
Well, here's a funny story, actually. It's a video. It's one of my YouTube short videos. It's the first one. And I was in Kamloops, and my vehicle was being worked on. And so I basically was living on the street. I had a little tent, and I was by the river and everything else like that. So I was eating my supper over just, you know, downtown area. And all of a sudden I saw a truck go by with 2 flags in the back, you know. And I go, what's going on here, you know? And then I hear a PA system going on there, and a guy's walking up. And I said, what's going on over there? Oh, some kind of political thing over there. I says, I think I might know what that is. And actually it was the nurses talking about all of that, and I asked if I could speak on UNDRIP there, and they gave me some time. But so people are doing that, and that's the one thing, like, I've been in this game a long time, since the mid-'80s. That's when I was really red-pilled, and I saw this whole rise of globalism. I saw how the propaganda was on TV with the new ads. You know, like, we're all a connected world, and then they have some child rocking across the world, you know, and all this, you know, it all just changed quite a bit. And back then it was like Looney Tunes if you were to try telling people what's going on. But this is a radical shift. 9/11 was a radical shift. I worked on my older brother for eons, and he says, Ron, there's no way in hell that's going to happen, kind of a thing. And when 9/11 happened, he's a mechanic and he deals with physical things. And he knew that was a demolition right off the bat. So a lot of people, Mark Friesen says the same thing. He woke up at 9/11. And a lot of people really woke up with this COVID stuff, right? So now you got a lot of people doing all kinds, you got all these activists doing their own thing and starting groups and pushing forward. And even though we may not all agree and align and everything else, it doesn't really matter because we're all basically on the same base. Yeah, so.
Well, that's excellent, and I think that it's another thing that would be one of those salt tax ideas is admitting that the vaccine injured exist. I saw Robert Malone come out in Brussels, and the first thing he said was, this medical conference, if nothing else, recognizes the vaccine injured. And if you recognize that they're injured, then you have to think, how did they get injured? Is it really safe? Is it really effective? Then you let people think for themselves. And I think that might be another one. And talking what you just said about all these people doing what they do, all of you become the activists. You don't have to wait for the We Unify website to instruct you what to do. If you have an idea with this person or with that person, go and do it. Just go and do it. Get it going, whether it's local, provincial, national, internet, just start it and do it.
So one last point, though, on that is it's the politicians bringing this upon us in a major way. And so we need to educate them and we need to put their feet to the fire. It's good to protest and everything else, put the fear of God into them with the convoy. But if people get active, like what happened with Calgary there, with the fireworks and Canada Day, people went and stomped on them right away, right? And that's what we need to do.
And that will embolden them the next time they try something like that. Now that brings me to Kip, who I think is one of the most interesting profiles, professional profiles on this panel because of your expertise in computers. So I'm going to ask you a very specific question about the community. You gave us a whole presentation about the community that if you're not in the tech world, those people aren't famous, they're obscure. If you're in the tech world, they're rock stars, right? So is there a way that people who have your background can help us here? Because we are in a tech war that people like me are incapable of fighting back against. There was a story on the CBC about how when Facebook and Google were getting angry about the notion that we were just told earlier tonight that they would make them pay for distributing any news, they targeted CBC reporters' computers and wiped out their ability to find their own stories. So when a CBC reporter Googled herself, nothing came up. And they said, we just wanted to show you what it's going to be like. So the frightening thing for me about that is that they have the ability to do that to an individual. I had no idea. And there's so much more. So I think it's got to be the revenge of the nerds. I think if without the tech people, we have no real strong chance against this massive tech war. Do you have any thoughts on that, how we can tap into the tech community?
Well, I don't think that you need to wait for them to come to you. They've already done the work. But one thing I've found about the movement, at least since I got involved in it, the so-called freedom movement, is it tends to be very parochial. So you get people who are very staunchly aligned with a particular ideology. And the problem with doing that is they end up depriving themselves of useful tools that would have actually helped them solve practical problems. As an example, we were just talking about Gandhi, and he was a radical leftist. And Richard Stallman, who you just saw, he was a radical leftist. People gave you free software, open source software, Signal, things that keep your email secure and private. Those were all started by radical leftists. It might be uncomfortable for people to hear that, but there was another generation of the left in the 90s that was very different from what you might identify today with gender and identity pronouns, stuff like that. A lot of that is propaganda. But there was a time when radical leftists were very much interested in stopping wars, stopping government from placing people under surveillance, too much economic control, many of the things that the right is very much aligned with today. And, but if you stay within your tribe, you're not going to know much about what's going on outside of it. And so for that man that you just saw in my presentation, he's known by millions around the world, but for most of you, that was probably the first time you ever heard about him. But he has a solution, a practical solution that's been implemented for decades to protect people from surveillance, from mass, whether it's corporate authoritarianism or government control over people's lives. Those tools are there. And I think that if people start associating with people who are different from themselves ideologically, that would be a good thing for them. And maybe I'm cheating because my mother is very far left, my father is very far right, and so I had a bit more, maybe the larger exposure, intellectual gene pool growing up than most people don't have that luxury. You know, if you grow up in a particular part of the country, you tend to assimilate your parents' ideas about the world, for the better or the worse, and that's just, I think, a natural evolutionary process. All organisms are like that. But that would be my advice to people, is that technological solutions are there, but when people are ideologically parochial, they're going to deprive themselves of certain tools that could help them solve the problems that they're very much concerned about.
I think that elevates the point that we've heard a couple of times in the last hour, which is we don't have to agree on everything, but we can agree on this. I wound up doing a live 2-hour broadcast with Glenn Beck in the United States from the front seat of a truck right out in front of the Peace Tower. And they said, kind of facetiously, so are there a lot of right-wing extremists there? And I announced, in my opinion, honestly, probably. And there's probably some lefties and there's probably some people who don't have time to vote, but they all agree on this. And that was one of the first times I realized that I don't have to agree with everybody who's out here. There's not a chance I can agree with 100,000 different people on everything, but we can all agree on this. And I think that's a good theme that we're moving forward on.
Yeah, and I just encourage people to be careful about their language. The far right tends to accuse the left of being communists, and the far left accuses the right of being neo-Nazis, and most of the time people are pretty reasonable. They just have a different worldview. But you won't find out about that if you're just always associated with people who are identical to yourself. So.
Yeah, and this is great. Vlad, I want to come to you next because I, like so many people in this room, have Eastern European friends, and all of them were on to this in a heartbeat, in a second. They all got it. There was a woman came to me tonight from former Czechoslovakia. And every time I've spoken, it's often women, and they all have the Eastern European accent. I instantly asked them, what's your birth country, and how long have you known about this? And they said they saw it coming from the front end. And I wonder, you touched on that in your message tonight, and I wonder if there's not a way to activate groups of Eastern European Canadians, of Eastern European descent, to say, like the members of the European Parliament said earlier this month in Brussels, we from the East believe it's our duty to warn you of what we see coming. Do you think that it would be helpful to have people like you who are born in Eastern Europe to make a group, come forward, talk to Canadians?
Well, the way I can answer that question is, and it doesn't have to be just Eastern European, it's basically anyone that comes from the countries that they had to face tyranny from the government.
Sure, it could be China.
So, for example, my wife, she's from Iran. So the whole situation in Iran is a whole other conversation to have, but I often say that she's bigger of an activist than me because she went to her first protest when she was a teenager girl in Iran, Stand Up for Freedom, and I went to my very first protest when I was 40 years old in Toronto because COVID rolled around. So what I'm getting to is that 100% you want to leverage the people that have experience with tyranny because they've been through it. But at the same time, I can say that her parents don't want to do anything with us. They help us, you know, we have young kids, etc., but they don't want to get involved because they escaped tyranny from Iran. So the last thing they want to do is fight tyranny in Canada. So to answer your question, the better way to approach what you just said, how can we leverage the existence of certain groups of people in Canada? And the best way I would say, and I was talking to Agatha about this yesterday or the day before, is that if we trust the government about one thing, not that I would suggest for you to trust the government at all, and I'll say something else in a moment, but if we do trust government about one thing, is that they said apparently that 82% of Canadians got at least one shot. Just for the argument's sake, let's say that's the case. Well, that means 18% did not. And what is 18% of Canadian population of 38 million people? Well, that's almost 6 million people. So if there would be one test that I would offer all of you, and again, nothing against the people per se that took the shot for multiple of reasons. I'm not passing a judgment. I'm just saying, if we can leverage a certain group of people within this country, is the one that were able to withstand the ultimate test and not to get any shots in the last 3 years. Because they showed leadership above all. Above all. All the pressures from not able to see on children like myself, losing jobs, losing careers, losing businesses, losing everything. Agatha, you know, one of the nurses from COVID unit in BC, right? Still standing. Like all these people passed the test. So if it would be one group of people that I would offer for everyone to lean on, is this type of people. Everyone's welcome, of course. If you've seen the truth now and for whatever reason you took it, we still love you. We still need your support. We need vaccinated more than we need the unvaccinated because there's so many of them and we need them on our side. But the point that I want to make as well in terms of how can we really combat this tyranny from the government, and I didn't say this in my talk earlier, is, and I've been saying this from the beginning for the last 3 years, there's 3 ultimate goals that I would offer everyone who's activist to focus on. And that is become a leader yourself and elevate other people within your circle to become leaders themselves. Because the biggest challenge that we face, especially in the last 3 years, we didn't have enough leaders stepping up and leading the way for truth and for freedom. Second of all, and this is really tough for everyone and supposed to be tough, you have to learn to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because standing up to tyranny is extremely uncomfortable. I'm getting goosebumps right now because do you think I was enjoying myself eating a soup in Toronto food court on the day when they launched the Vax mandate and they said you're not allowed to eat inside a food court, and 6 of us went to Eaton Center in Toronto? And the joke, the irony of it, is they send a black guy and an Asian guy, cops, to discriminate against the white guy to eat the soup. That's the irony of life, right? The white supremacists over here, right? But that's life. You just have to roll with it. But what I'm getting to is that that's what we need. We need people that are willing to stand up and show the leadership and willing to be uncomfortable. And it is uncomfortable to not wear the mask when everyone else is wearing the mask, right? To go to the school and say, no, my son will not be abused by you because the TV and the government told you that you're allowed to. You're not allowed, right? And the last thing that we all have to continue doing, and we've been doing tremendous work, all of us here for the last 3 years, we have to really explain to Canadians that the government is not your best friend. The government is your worst enemy. The government is your worst enemy. And until more people get that ingrained in their mind, we're not going to be able to make a shift. And that's why I said earlier, like never before, talk to as many people as possible. They lie to you about everything. Everything. And the last thing that I'm going to say to finish my point is that we've been very fortunate. My generation and generation before me is that we lived in freedom. But if you look at the history, majority of the history of population always lived under tyranny. This is a short period of time in history where more people actually lived in freedom. And that's not normal. What's normal for humanity is to be oppressed. So we have to better wake up and wake more people up to see the truth and to be aware. Like I said, awareness is step one. We have to know what we're up against, and then we come together with all the skill sets, all the skill sets. The last thing I want to say is they have technology and they have the money. But we have the ultimate resource, and that's the people. We have the people. We have more people than they can be on their side. The things that we're struggling with, for these reasons, is we're not coming together. So how can we come together is with the language of freedom. Because we can have different viewpoints. Kip and I work together, but also we stand apart on many different issues. But we stand together on one, and that's freedom. And that's the language we have to speak with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that started this movement was anger. People have said that's enough. And we saw a lot of the protests very early on. I watched them in Queen's Park in Toronto every Sunday, and the people were angry and they were yelling. Except the biggest rally that we had was based on love, not anger. The truckers' convoy was the biggest tingle in your tummy you ever felt if you were down there. And I don't think we need to go on too much about that. Chris and I talked about that earlier, but the one thing that I wanted to ask is, what's your advice, Chris, to people? What should they do from this day forward to move this activism ahead, to move it back to what Vlad is saying, to fight for freedom?
Well, the biggest thing I think we need to do is we need to keep it peaceful. Number one, that was the big thing in Ottawa. No matter what the government threw at us, no matter what the police threw at us, and they poked every day, whether it be taking the jerry cans, taking the fuel, the threats with euthanizing animals, child services coming in, taking kids. We remain peaceful, and that's what needs to go forward. The one way we lose this is violence, 100%, hands down.
Remember that Gandhi won.
Absolutely.
We also talked about engagement. How do you think people can engage their community, their councils, their school boards?
It starts at the lowest level of government. The rural municipalities. Become a councillor in your local, if you're in the rural. My father's been on council for 40, 50 years now. And when he retires from that, that'll be my job to take over my division or our division. Your school boards, get involved with your school. That it starts there. These people are dictating what our children learn in school right now because we're not standing up to them. And that's the biggest thing. Get involved with your school board. Get involved with your local arm. Run for politics. Run for, provincial, whether it be federal, provincial, whatever it may be, but get involved with your community.
I think the lowest hanging fruit is finding a counselor who is already on side with us, and then asking them who is the other counselor on council who we're likely to win, and supporting somebody who's running for council who's with us. That's the lowest hanging fruit. And in the absence of that, create a candidate. Create the most likely candidate. Create the most famous person in your town. Whether it's the real estate agent with their picture on the billboard that everybody knows, an electable person. Get them on council and get as many of them as possible. The school board's an easy one because there are many positions on most school boards. And we used to call it the Borg instead of the board. It's a Star Trek reference to unified thinking. So it's tough once you get on there because they train you to do what you're told to do. But if you're already coming in with an agenda and with an idea, you could maybe make a difference in there. So I wanted to thank our panel. We're getting a little late, but we do want to see if there's any questions from the floor. If anybody would like to ask a question from any person, maybe you'd like to do we have a microphone, or why don't you just shout it out? I can repeat it. Yeah. Oh, we have one. Okay, Emmanuel has the microphone for you. Not this microphone. It would be that microphone over there. Yeah, this is my microphone.
This is Q&A. You guys bring the Q, they bring the A. So no grandstanding. Please, question.
Question starts with a who, what, where, why, or when.
Thank you, gentlemen, for all your efforts you've put forth. I have a quick question or a quick answer I want from Kip, if that's possible. Elon Musk hired an NBC executive, Linda Yaccarino, and he also has a mother that's posing with skulls and blood drenched all over her body. Is he all about freedom, or is he just an eccentric elite billionaire nut?
Two options.
Well, in my space, those kinds of, I'm quite familiar with the Musk people. I mean, he's the most famous that people here know about, but in my space, that ideology, the techno-libertarianism, is very common, especially in Silicon Valley. And I've noticed certain patterns with them. They tend to be the opposite of what they claim to want to address, which is My experience with libertarianism, and which I don't subscribe to, is that they tend to be very authoritarian and like centralized control, which seems contrary to what you. But that's my point. Is that's not unique to him. It's common in that ideology. So I would just say that he's probably the most successful of those who subscribe to that ideology, but it's not unique to him.
Thank you for that. Second quick question. Any panel member that's up here, our leaders are obviously getting rich and powerful. They possibly sold us out to the Chinese or one world government. Why would the Liberal Party, NDP, or maybe even the Conservatives force our brothers and sisters to take an experimental vaccine or nanoparticle cancer-causing myocarditis jab that maybe tracks us or eventually kills us? So if I paid somebody on the panel here $1 million and offered them Jeffrey Epstein's island, what would it take for somebody on this panel to sell all the Canadian friends, families, and everyone else out and turn on all Canadians? What does the Liberal Party know and the other parties know that we don't know?
This is just an opinion and a hypothesis. But what if it wasn't our governments at any level that dictated these things? What if it was pre-existing agreements between big pharma and our governments that are the only thing that allow socialized healthcare to be achieved in our country? And it's all hanging on doing what they want regarding disease. What if?
This is, to me, I have a little bit of experience in this over the last 20 years, and I completely agree that we talk about healthcare, but really what we mean is disease management, and that's a business.
Sick care. It's called sick care.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with health.
Yes.
And to the point of different politicians is, the point is anyone who's doing anything, they're justifying that action in their head. Otherwise, they're not going to be doing it. So they have their own reasons, and a lot of times reasons are irrelevant because the outcome is what we're faced with. But the ultimate thing is, instead of focusing all the energy on changing the minds of corrupt politicians, we need to continue focusing and even more on changing the hearts of good Canadians.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any other questions? Did you have a question, did you say? While you come up there, I wanted to point out that I saw a great actor who was playing one of the evil Vaders in Star Wars, and they said, how do you play this evil? He says, he doesn't believe he's evil, he believes he's right.
That's it. That's exactly.
Well, I don't exactly have a question. I'm Doug Bebb, and I was also a two-time candidate. I have not met Ron in person. But on the topic of trucking and the issue perhaps was raised of having vaccine injury become common knowledge, we've been fairly active in trying to figure out how to crack this nut, this 40% central part of the Canadian citizen that could go either way. And there's a thing we came across, it's called YANA, I think, working from memory. It's Y-A-N-A, which is you are not alone. What they've done is they've leveraged the independent trucker with a billboard on the back.
I've seen it, yes. They put the back of the truck, and if you get stuck in traffic,
with the
you
victim,
see it.
so the testimony is right there in front of you. And
I interviewed
the
some of
idea
those
that,
people
you
for
know,
the
there's
Canadian
more than
COVID
one,
Care Alliance.
and you're not alone, then vaccine injury is real. So I'm just wondering, maybe, Chris, if you've come across this YANA, and if there's any prospect there.
I have been asked to put billboards on my equipment. However, the stuff that I haul, my trailers are all flatbed, so they don't have the billboard style system. But I have been asked, and I have seen it on the highway now, so it's something that's going around, and it's nice to see.
It's a big risk for a business to do that, you know, because they don't know where that truck is going. They don't know who's going to react to it. I get it. I think it's amazing. When I first saw it, I approached the COVID Care Alliance and said, this is easy. We've already got a dozen of them that I interviewed that are up on their website who have agreed to go public. We could put all of their, all that we need is the money to put it on there, and find, you know, somebody who is in the trucking industry, I wasn't pointing in Chris's direction, I was swatting a fly, to supply the trucks. We could possibly put that together. That's not a bad take home, a bad thing to activate here tonight. We need to find them. The cost of doing that is a couple $100 with a promise for another $200 in the bank to remove it if it's necessary. That's it. The Canadian COVID Care Alliance already has a dozen people who have been interviewed with their faces and their names and their towns. Max Dagg of the Canadian Adverse Event Reporting System has hundreds of people who would volunteer to get their picture taken and put up there. That's doable. That could be on many, many trucks. So there, if anybody thinks they can put those two things together, that's doable. We just need the trucks to do it, a little bit of money, and the Contact Cares, the Canadian Adverse Event Reporting System. Max is the guy's name, and tell him we've got money, you bring us the people, we'll do the trucks. That's doable. That's an active thing that we could activate here today. Does anybody on our panel want to say anything that I haven't asked tonight? Yes.
So just on that, you mentioned, Preston Manning said we need a salt tax. Something that really disturbs me is that we already have a salt tax and Canadians didn't take it to the streets.
Yes.
It's called the carbon tax. The carbon tax is our salt tax. The government is literally charging us tax on the very thing that supports our plant life on this planet. It makes our food, whether it's an animal or a vegetable. And it also, in some form or another, provides the energy that we need to sustain life, to manage our climate, to do all these things. So we already have a salt tax per se. It's something that we need to survive. And why I bring this up is that I think everybody needs to come to terms with the fact that things may not change. We may go through some really horrible things going forward. I mean, Vlad pointed out that being free is not normal in the grand scheme of humanity. Tyranny is the norm, and we might go through that. But, be that as it may, if we continue to do things like this and build these communities within our communities of people who we know we can count on, people who we know are on board with our idea that, you know, no matter what's going on around us, no matter whether there's a chain on our restaurant door, we are free to make some friggin' hamburgers in the park and serve them to our friends, right? Because even a salt tax or a tax on our life might not be enough to turn the tide and change things. Might have to go through some terrible things. So don't stop gathering, don't stop talking to people, and build these communities so that we can go through it not alone.
Thank you. Vlad, did you have something?
Okay. Talking about the salt tax, you know, you have to also watch these politicians and how, you know, sneaky they are. Like Jason Kenney, he's there, he's talking, and they like to talk and just bring it down to the lowest common thing. And it's not fair that Albertans will be paying a carbon tax, right? And everyone's cheering and high-fiving, and then he says, but we're going to go ahead, we're going to go after the heavy emitters. Okay, so what are they going to do? They're going to go ahead and create a new eco-Stasi force that's going to go and monitor Syncrude and all these heavy emitters, right? That's going to come out of our tax money. And then they're going to go ahead and charge them, and then they're going to just backdoor this carbon tax. You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch these politicians and watch, you know, what they're saying and not be duped by, like, Pierre Poilievre. It's the same thing. He says no carbon tax, but he's going to go after the heavy emitters. It's the same play that Jason Kenney made. But one thing is that, I'll end with this, is that when I went and contacted the different councillors in the different counties and talked to them, it gives them encouragement too, because, you know, I thought, what's the point of even contacting them? They're all, you know, sold out, and, you know, right? Don't think like that, because they're in there fighting the trenches, and they're really facing it more than we are, right? Because they're dealing with the top-down bureaucracy of it all. By contacting them and talking with them, you give them encouragement, you give them more fire, you know, to run on, and yeah, so it's important to encourage and inform our politicians, because they're the ones who are going to be bringing the tyranny down on us.
Vlad?
The other point I wanted to mention, to build on the conversation of being independent in terms of your health and being independent in terms of your wealth, the trend and the shift that happened in the society, in the Western world especially, is that, and Canada, for example, obviously, is that look at the decline in terms of being producing to consumer society. And people don't understand how significant is that, to the point of Chris earlier, how many truckers retired because of the measures by the government. And if it didn't shift to another industry, whatever it might be, and continue producing into Canadian economy, and as a result elevating Canada as a whole, unfortunately, we are going along with the agenda. Because they don't want to have productions. They want to have just consumers, obedient, slaves. That's what they're trying to create. So we have to be proactive to change that dynamic and make sure that we can turn the train, and now we can go back to becoming more producing society rather than consumer society, because when you're producing, you have financial independence and the government has less control over you. So whatever you can personally do, as well as support people around you, because it's not a coincidence, obviously, that they went after the independent businesses first. Because as a business owner, you are independent. You don't like to be told what to do. You don't ask a question to use a washroom or go on vacation. You are independent, right? That's why they went after the business owners, and that's why they're making it so difficult to start a new business in Canada. Think about all the hoops that you have to jump through to start your own business. It's ridiculous. So we have to create solutions, and we have to create strategies and systems where we can bring new businesses into your community, and as a result, the whole community will elevate. Because the taxes from the businesses, that's what supports your community. The Home Depot, the Walmart, their tax is not supporting your community. It's the small businesses that's supporting your community. So when the small businesses go, as Ron was talking about the meals, right? The community goes. And that's how they're able to shift people into the big cities. So we have to be extremely proactive in terms of the economic prosperity of every single free Canadian.
Leighton.
Since we're in a Bible chapel, I'm going to leave you with a couple of quotations from the Bible that can guide your activism. The first one is, our Lord and Savior says, we must be salt and light. Salt and light, right? So salt is something that gives life, but it has substance. It can be coarse. It's useful. And of course, that light speaks for itself. He also said we must be wise as serpents, but gentle as doves. Wise as serpents, gentle as doves. So all your activism, I hope, is guided by those thoughts from our Lord and Savior. Thank you.
Amen. Woo! I think that's a good note to end on in this church on this night. I think that I'm going to hand the microphone back to our host, Dr. Parenteau.
Thank you for coming. Thank you to our speakers. Another round of applause for our speakers. That'd be great. And Rodney, if you could stand up one last time. Thank you, Rodney, our moderator. Doors open at 11 tomorrow, brunch at 12, speaking at 1. See you later.
Oh, hi. Very good. Hey, have you heard of WeCan, the organization WeCan? I heard the name. West Coast Climate Action Network. Okay. So
complacent, like Canadians.
This is why it's so important.
So complacent.
They made an African song called Sorry. It was a, think about this, even Canadian song.
It was a Zoom conference.
You think that's a quote?
I'm a part of it. Not because I agree with what they're doing, but I want to see what they're doing.
Yeah. They're so comfortable and complacent, so it's the people who are
It was,
on
they had a Zoom license for 100
rise up,
people.
but everybody else
200
is
people
sort
want
of
to be a part of it.
Yeah,
There's 100 people, and they have like